and also welcome to those who are joining us on the virtual platform that is YouTube. My name is Console Kriane. I'm with the Department for Leadership and Transformation, and I'll be chairing this first session of the day, wherein we will listen to a keynote address. But before we start, I thought that it would maybe assist us with the proceedings to briefly look back so that we can join with the first day. And maybe the first point to start at is what Prof. Kasango provided us with, which was an extensive treatment of the context within which we are engaging in these reflections, that the transformation of scholarship should be situated, understood, and interrogated within the context of a global, geopolitical, economic, and intellectual sphere or spheres that are dominated by the global north, that manifests itself in the form of a neoliberal trajectory that is in essence dictatorial, even though it claims to find itself within the liberal agenda. One of the points that drew my attention was when he emphasized that we must, as universities, free ourselves from some of the dictates of the society without necessarily removing ourselves from the societies within which we operate. And I, for one, agree with this point, that often we lose ourselves as universities and also unwittingly at times situate our scholarship to always respond to the debates initiated by some who may be in government and also the broader society. And I think the challenge is to always strike a balance, because we are not an island, but we must also maintain that independent. And this leads us to the other point raised by Labus Kaghni, when he asked the question about community engagement. And he asked, what do we mean by this engagement? But beyond that question comes the other question: how do scholars engage when they are in this endeavor, one of the legs of scholarship? Does the scholar engage as an all-knowing expert, or does the scholar engage as a peer learner, adopting the Freiren critique of not seeing the learner, understood in this case as a community, as being without any knowledge? Or does the scholar adopt the Nyerere approach of understanding the learner as coming with knowledge? We also emphasize the issue of applied research, but also the question comes, don't we run the risk of commerce, industry, government, and even the society taking us away from our profession of questioning in a Ferrerian, Fanonian manner, or even, as Marx said, a battle of ideas, or criticizing everything that exists? And I think that's where we find ourselves, that we must do, especially that against the climate of anti-science and anti-intellectualism that came with the rise of the right wing, at times the Christian right, and I can say that boldly because in my other cap I'm a priest, so I won't be criticized of being against Christianity, but we must question some of the right-wing elements within some of the religions that came with Trumpism and was much more pronounced during the COVID debates and found amplification with social media. We were introduced to the possibilities of revolutionary innovations that come with notions of the makers. And I think that attracted us a lot, the issue of open source and disruptive technologies. And here, I think we must also consider some of the reflections around Fourth IR, where we are questioned also against the blind techno-enthusiasm while also embracing the realities of Fourth IR. And one of the realities is the inequalities that comes. There was the question of the savings that came with COVID, and the questions were asked, what do we mean by savings? What do we say about the loss of lives that were there, the loss of esteem by our students and even academics, but also the loss of time and so on. Lastly, there was a question of morality and ethics. Prof. Kuno also raised the issues of corruption, and may we add maybe issues of self-interest, middle class, jaundiced view, and so on. And there was also finally the suggestion by Prof. Makgano that we may want to consider some form of a conference statement that will be communicated to the higher education department and the minister. And as we start today, colleagues, we are going to start with a keynote address given by Dr. Babalwa Magoqwana. I said to her, I will try that my Setswana pronunciation does not butcher. I did it well, no, Prof? Yeah. Dr. Magoqwana is a founding director for the Center for Women and Gender Studies at Nelson Mandela University, a senior lecturer in the Sociology and Anthropology department at the same university. She holds a PhD in sociology from Rhodes University, or the university still called Rhodes. She has taught sociology at that university that is still called Rhodes, and at the University of Free State. She's a former president of the South African Sociological Association from the years 2017 to 2019. She's an Erasmus Mundus, I hope that I'm not butchering that, scholar, and a fellow of the African Humanities Program. And she's also the UNISA Sarchi Chair in Social Policy. She's also a fellow in the UNISA Sarchi Chair in Social Policy. She's the recipient of the NRF First-Rand Foundation Sabbatical Grant for her project on building a women-centered vernacular sociology. Her research on maternal legacies of knowledge is supported by the National Institute for Humanities and Social Sciences. She's published in different areas, including the sociology of gender, sociology of work, labor sociology, higher education, and indigenous knowledge systems. Her rather adapted paper from what we might have in our packages is Gendering Social Sciences, Ukubuyiswa of Maternal Legacies of Knowledge in South African Social Sciences. Profs, doctors, brothers and sisters, let us welcome Dr. Magoqwana as she shares her wisdom with us.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was very generous. I'm just going to use this laptop just for the first slide, nothing else, colleagues. Greetings, and thank you so much for that generous introduction, and thank you for welcoming me at UNISA. This could be my second home in different ways, because I've spent a lot of time here at UNISA in my previous life with Professor Jimmy Adishina in the Sachi Chair there for Social Policy. Colleagues, first of all, let me just say thanks to the organizing team led by Dr. Bopape, Professor Grace Kuno, and also I just want to greet some of the members of the council that are here today, senior members of staff and academics, including Prof. Mbine, that I also know from before I came here. And also, I just want to acknowledge some of the people that make our world go around in this conference, the likes of Badumisile, Hlongwane, Ugugu, Obusisiwe. Those are some of the people that I've been interacting with before I come here. Thank you so much, colleagues. You have made my travel very easy. One of the things that we don't normally mention as academics, we hate traveling because it becomes so strenuous and it removes you from your family and it becomes so tedious. So normally we don't like traveling because of those things, but when your travel is so easy, then it makes you want to do it more. I changed my topic based on the fact that yesterday, most of what I could have said by the leadership and Inimba in the neoliberal order was actually shared by the speakers before. And Inimba as the deep sense of compassion, you know, which I use for my own work in trying to theorize from the matriarchal histories of this continent. I decided that let me rather show how I have done this kind of transformation in scholarship, or what I call as transformation in scholarship, by talking about the work that I continue to do, that I hope my book will actually, you know, maybe next year when I get leave, or actually the book come out. So, again, let me just say that I must commend the organizing team and the leadership of UNISA to actually continue the conversation on transformation, you know, which is something that is becoming unpopular, something that we are becoming, actually we're having amnesia as a country, as a continent. We're beginning to, as some of those who have entered, you know, these spaces, what some of the Chinese theorists calls kicking away the ladder after you have climbed. It has become so unpopular that we have become anti-transformation when we enter the structures of power. So it is quite brave for you, colleagues, to say that let's go back and actually look back at the transformation questions. Number two, when we are seeing that affirmative action is under attack, the BEE is actually being restructured. We have a situation where people are beginning to say, maybe we have already transformed. There's no need for transformation. But we know that even though we have seen the representation of the previous marginalized groups in different leadership positions, Darlene Miller and others have argued that it has not fundamentally disrupted the hegemonic, racialized, and sexist structures of governance at South African universities. So representation does not ensure visibilization and recognition. So I use this paper to respond to some of the calls by some of the West African scholars. One of them is based in this university, who talks about the willingness to ignore and ignorance to ignore the realities of many South African masses who are still dependent on social security. with half of the population literally living in dire poverty. We have seen it with climate change, its effects at KwaZulu-Natal, where we saw only videos of certain spatial geographies that mattered in our media. How can we then say it is time to stop talking about affirmative action when we know that half of this population is hovering in poverty, slums and shacks, when the actual children of the people who are cleaning our offices can never dream ever again of joining the universities as academics with a secure job because of the neoliberal contracting and precarious working relations that we have. How can we even say that? I am saying that we have not even begun the conversation of transformation until the actual person who is the security guard in our campuses, the cleaners, begin to dream again of putting their children inside our universities without paying, just like those who are employed at a full-time basis. I don't think we have done it, colleagues. That is just an epilogue. Sorry about that. But I wanted to talk to you about how we know what we know and how what we know has been influenced by the people who brought us up, mostly women, our mothers, our sisters, our aunts, our uncles. Maternal uncle ngesixhosa ke ngumalume. Maternal uncle is called umalume, the one who replaces the mother in the absence of the mother. And I maintain the use of indigenous African languages in my presentation to assert language as a source of knowledge and a memory bank for collective struggles of the period, as noted by Ngugi wa Thiong'o, 1993. My belief is that tapping into local linguistic histories helps us to go beyond the binary English thinking about gender as asserted by Oyewumi Oreyonke and Ifya Majume in 1997 and 1987, respectively. In the language of Ukubuyiswa, we may learn something from the language of our grandmothers on how to negotiate power and sometimes use it. In many ways, my work seeks to answer a call by Ifya Majume in her preface when she challenges African feminists to center Africa's matriarchal heritage in understanding the woman's relationship to power in post-colonial society. In a way, I am hoping to contribute to what Nomatamsa Ncedisani, the historian, calls ukuhlambulula, intellectual cleansing of her story. Despite a long historical evidence from both oral sources and written documents on how African women were treated as part of the occult with supernatural powers and sometimes treated as co-equals to men, we have now a neo-traditionalist order disguised and concealed as African culture, who seem to distort this history and disregarding the woman's contribution in building African societies. Kuthiwa ngoku, in my culture. Whose culture is it? In African culture, a woman knows her place. Which African culture is that? They are rewriting history right in front of us. They are reorganizing knowledge in front of us. Another reason is because African women have become the global face of poverty. This is why I think that if we are going to transform scholarship, we're going to have to centralize African women's ontologies and histories so that we know they form the bottom of the human hierarchy, with the white middle-class straight men on top. So, I believe, I'll make examples of 4 things about the notion of umafungashe. Yes, that is the firstborn. The firstborn, the one that we swear with, umafungashe. Okay? That is in Xhosa. That is your older sister. And then I will use the notion of amadikas, those who are fed up with umzi. That's what Olamla calls them. Those who are fed up with umzi, the liberated women, the unmarried women, so that we can be able to do what Nkiru Nzegu said here in 2019. Begin the sankoffering when we are theorizing, and bring the realities of African women at the center, and challenge the distortion of African histories by the masculine post-colonial order that has captured and embraced the colonial categories that have defined where African women are. So if the agenda of humanities and social sciences in South Africa was always linked to the racializing project of the state, and thus to resolve the native question. If you remember, social sciences and humanities in South Africa throughout apartheid was based on one question: how to resolve the native question. Whether you're doing sociology, whether you're doing anthropology, whether you're doing history, the state informed the social science project. That's what Primesh Lalu also says. I ask myself, what should be the agenda of the humanities and social sciences after a formalized apartheid system is gone? And I remembered that Bernard Magubane once challenged the anthropologist to imagine a future where strange societies and primitive people disappear. And he asked the anthropologist, what would be anthropology when those people disappear? What is then the agenda of social sciences, especially after COVID, and humanities, when we were found wanting, hiding all of us under the seat, waiting for medical sciences and natural sciences to come up with solutions? Luckily, during this time, we had Professor Seramo Swetsa, who was heading one of the most progressive post-apartheid black institutions that we are proud of, NHISS. She says, actually, as social sciences and humanities, we have always been talking about the crisis of social reproduction. So therefore, you cannot tell us that the issue of inequalities that you have recently discovered, the COVID, and how people cannot be social distancing is a new thing. Social sciences in South Africa have always been relevant. But the idea, even though Muswetsa highlights the contributions of social sciences even before COVID, the idea of crisis within social sciences disciplines is not new and not limited to South Africa, obviously. Professor Andre Kiat historicized the crisis to the global communities and knows that as early as 1922, an Austrian historian, Joseph Strywoski, pronounced the crisis in humanities. 1964, British historian J. Plumb also said there was a crisis in humanities. Many of them, writing at the time, were trying to understand the role of humanities after the war, the World War. But again, when we come back to South Africa, in trying to understand the role of humanities, how we contribute, and social science in the post-apartheid order, we go back to the likes of Achima Feje, who asks a question: what is the responsibility of the social scientist researcher in Africa? That is the question that I think is still relevant, even after almost 30 years that Mafeje asked that question. What is the responsibility of a social scientist researcher in Africa? I try and show in this paper that actually what Keat calls as an intellectual stagnation of humanities in 2014 might be the result of gender imbalance in our knowledge making. It has actually undermined a massive contribution of women's knowledges, that we end up thinking that we've got sociologists without women as founders. That we think that history is about the study of big men and big events. And it is this retrieving or ukubuyiswa of these invisibilized, misread, and deliberately forgotten histories of women's contribution to knowledge. And I believe that obviously Oyewumi writes about the gendered nature of the archive and how the colonial administrators sometimes misread and gendered the archive themselves because they could not understand how women could have power in certain societies in pre-colonial Africa. So, I'm just going to jump because I know that I don't have too much time. Yesterday, I don't know how to say it in English. You know, when you just like, yeah, your body just like get triggered or touched or whatever. When I walked in this building called Winnie Madikizela Mandela Nomzamo, and then I was taken to Zachariah Z.K. Matthews Hall. I was like, surely UNISA should be ahead. Unless the students of UNISA don't know what Nomzamo meant in their curriculum when they study the history of this country and reduce Mam Nomzamo as a wife outside her political contributions in the democracy of this country. Unless we have that in our curriculum, when the student walks into this building, they walk with what we call ontological security. They just shiver because they know that they are standing on the traditions of great women and some men. Okay? And when the law students study law, or theology students study theology, they know that Professor Z.K. Matthews was the original thinker behind people shall govern. If we don't put that in our curriculum, we can name these buildings. It's over. Because the reason why we are saying that makubuyiswe, we must put those kind of African intellectual traditions central in our curriculum. We are dealing with what, unfortunately, the transformation of the country is dealing with. The psychological, the depressing, and ontological attack on black bodies as knowledge makers. Once we build a student with that ontological confidence to say that I am walking on the steps and the building of Nomzam, Mangutyan, then we have not done it. And that is transformation. Put the building into the curriculum. Put Z.K. Matthews, the first LLB graduate, African graduate, first person to be a professor of law at Forte before apartheid. If we don't know those kind of values and we embed them in the curriculum and the leadership tactics, then we might as well, again, we are people without history. When I go back to the paper, I thought I should just pass through that because it was like moving, you know. You know, when you are in Germany or Japan or wherever, they literally everything is in their language, everything is understanding the local context and their local languages. In South Africa, we've designed everything for the outsider. Everyone who comes from the rural areas who goes anywhere in South Africa will feel like, hey, I don't even know this place. We've got North Germany and South Germany somewhere here in Durban. We've got East London and Eastern Cape. Great. When I say that we ought to balance social sciences to deal with the crisis. Prof, Motseme, wangen. Enkosi, I'm going to be saying. Thank you so much. When I say that we should tap into the maternal legacies of knowledge, I am reminded of many African leaders who in their biographies, if you go to any biography of an African leader, they always locate their leadership tactics, their understanding of history, to their grandmothers. Please, give yourself that homework. I always read people's acknowledgements in the books and theses because that's what I want to know. They always acknowledge, whether you're talking about the Sisulus, whether you're talking about Biko and other people, they always acknowledge Umakulu. And recently, Shireen Hassim detailed how the grandmother influence on the character and leadership values of Winnie Nomzamo Madikizela Mandela. And I thought, let me quote it because I'm coming to Madikizela Mandela building. Hassim says, while the lineage that mattered in Winnie's heroic narrative was that of her father, Columbus, the authoritative figure was Winnie's grandmother, called Umakulu by her grandchildren, an extraordinary woman who exercised a great influence on all of us. She was a role model, tough, robust, with physique of a fighter. She taught me the power and strength of a woman. Makulu rejected the modern Christian and westernized aspiration of the Amakholwa, a group that included Gertrude's family. Instead, she emphasized stories of anti-colonial resistance. From her grandmother, Winnie derived a sensibility of race. In part, this was, by the way, of a rumor about Gertrude's white ancestry. That's what Sharon Hassim says. The reason why I'm saying that, if we tap into the legacies, the maternal legacies, we are going to see, for example, that one of our greatest black feminist writers of our times, Bell Hooks, who has become a canon on herself, wrote more than 30 books on children, love, social culture, media, and one of the last things that she did was to criticize Beyonce. Didn't stay that long, that one. She actually produced so many books, and she was writing from the ontology of her grandmother. I want to quote it here, but it's just that my papers are mixed match, Xolweni. So her real name was Gloria Watkins, or Bell Hooks, but she decided to take her great-grandmother's name so that she can write from that ontology of the grandmother. And she produced such prolific work that gave many of us a voice and a language to articulate some of our frustrations with the current post-colonial society. What I'm saying is, these motherless intellectual histories of our region, they do need us to bring back these maternal ancestors as archives of knowledge. Then we can connect our students to their collective memory. That's what Jimmy Additioner says. What I'm saying is, reading the work of Fatima Meer on race and suicide as classic means that we expand beyond Emile Durkheim's study of suicide as the canon in sociology. Fatima Meer and Emile Durkheim were writing around about the same time about the same subject. Centralizing the works of Ellen Kuzwayo, Call Me a Woman, as part of the critical gender introductory courses, along with its historical accounts of violence, instead of just centralizing Frantz Fanon in your political theory course, it makes a difference. Then we're able to balance our intellectual ancestors to include the power of our maternal intellectual ancestors. As I mentioned, on top of Bell Hooks, we have the late Toni Morrison, one of the great literature writers of this century, has also shared the impact and influence of her grandmother in her writings. Morrison's work, which centralizes the black experiences and sometimes the mother-daughter relations, have all become distinguished in literature, allowing many black writers to have a space in centering black experiences in novels, that is literature. Both Hooks and Morrison have joined a lineage of African women writers who wrote through this ontology that I'm talking about. So, when Tisani calls for ukuhlambulula, intellectual cleansing, it means we need to resuscitate the spirit and memory of our grandmothers, or Rahadi. Grace Kuno writes about that. To form the foundations of our knowledge of what we know and how we know. The last part, I want to make just examples of how, for example, in isiXhosa, we normally challenge certain things through language. Obviously, this is not in vacuum. We've got lots of histories about African women who were in armies. This is why Black Panther, the Woman King, have taken the world by the storm. they've rooted themselves in the histories of the continent, but remained global in the approach. So I'm not saying something that is not happening. They are making lots of money because of trying to recenter the African story. Yeah, it has its problems because it's fiction. But what I'm saying is, once we take our own local knowledges seriously, that is when the world will begin to relate to us. For example, I believe that some of the systematic problems of violence that we have, especially against women and queer people, if we were to start theorizing and learning from our mothers, our aunts, and just the maternal legacies of how they dealt with power and how they neutralized the now, very commanding masculine cultures in African cultures. Sesanti argues about the role of a senior woman in African cultures. The senior woman who used to mitigate the patriarchal order of the household. Among Amavenda, Tsonga, and the Xhosa, the senior woman in Xhosa is called Umafungwashe, the firstborn daughter. Kumakhadzi, sometimes Kumavenda, Rakhadi, Sotho. They all play critical role in sacred rituals of these communities. And also, even Amajume's work acknowledges her first daughter status, giving her access to data that she would not have normally gotten if she was not Umafungwashe. The idea of a senior firstborn daughter is a real powerful position in many African societies. However, the problem, especially from where I come from, Inkulu, the firstborn son, has been, has superseded the powers of Umafungwashe. But in isiXhosa, we say Umafungwashe directly translates as the one that we swear with. Ne? If all of you have to swear by the firstborn daughter of your mother. You can't just swear by anyone. When you sit and ndiyafunga, umntana kam Umafungwashe. That is the one that we swear with. And that is the power that a senior firstborn daughter has. But because of this kind of neo-traditionalism that is taking over, we are beginning to distort these roles that have allowed women in different parts of this continent to access power, to use power, to mitigate a patriarchal order. Let me rush to another second kind of example. The liberated woman and is called by Professor Lamla the unmarried woman or the liberated woman, amadikas, those who leave umzi, the homestead. Those people are the ones who started living their lives without husbands. Using the Mpondo experience, Lamla explains the meaning of idikazi by arguing that the word is derived from ukudikwa ngumzi, to be fed up. Or to be disgusted by the homestead. He continues to say, it is based on the meaning of idikwamzi. And this is directly translated as a woman who is fed up with a married life. He goes further. Social media, you are the first ones to say them. I'm just trying to trace it back for you. Because most of the time, people on social media, they think that they are revolutionary. when they say such things. But there were women back in the day who decided to be artists and creatives when they were fed up by the homestead. This notion of a liberated woman was also prevalent even in the pre-colonial Africa. As Delius and Glaser note, the numerical significant class of women who lived in their father's homestead as widows, divorcees, unmarried mothers, who essentially controlled their own sexuality. Lamla notes that in colonial Mpondoland, most of Amadikwamzi could be later shunned by society as they were deemed as immoral and loose. These descriptions continue today when we see younger women in miniskirts, as Makoni tells us, the use of traditionalism in suppressing self-expressions of young women in taxi ranks and public spaces. So we're not surprised when you call young people loose and immoral. It was done before, but not at this rate. What I'm arguing is that deep historicization of the contemporary problems requires that social sciences engage the gendered archive. For example, one of the deeply historical texts on African women written by Patricia Romero gives details on how the African women were sexualized as the other and thus not rapeable. This, of course, is also key in linking rape and race, as Pumla Gola's book, Rape, a South African Nightmare, notes. The colonial encounter in 18th century between travelers and later missionaries in the Cape tends to focus on women's sexualized bodies. Their women have long, and I quote, long breasts, long labia, thick lips, curly hair, and all of that. All become part of describing, for example, Khoi women in the Cape between 1600 and 1700, judging from the diaries of the travelers. And I always, Zina Makwane does this work beautifully in tracing how these African women were portrayed in the missionary diaries. I know I don't have time. I've got 5 minutes only.
No. Take your time. I was just taking something else.
Oh. Okay, so I'm coming to the contemporary context and how the contemporary context is influenced by these colonial categories and extracts that we have taken them as ours. How you sexualize the black woman is because of what was done, and you have owned it and you thought this is African culture. Aibo. These historical accounts on how the body and image of an African woman transitioned into a sexualized accessory is necessary if we are to deal with the contemporary struggles faced by mostly young women. This sexualization of the body of an African woman comes clear in the case of Umbulelo Goniwe, the then chief whip of the ANC, in his sexual harassment case in 2006, when he says to the young administrator, Unjongo Nomawel, after an ANC function at his house, and I quote, "I thought you were a real Xhosa girl. How can you refuse a chief whip as if I am an ordinary man?" This is taken from Sesandi. How can you refuse a chief whip? We see this every day. So, of course, we saw this again in Zuma rape trial, how the victim behaved, which meant invitation to be raped. Again, we saw this narrative with Cheryl Zondi when she was cross-examined during the ongoing Timothy Omotoso case in Port Elizabeth. The link between the sexualization of the black women's histories and how they are described and positioned in the archives makes it possible to link with the current challenges of structural violence and gender-based violence today in our society. The language of violence by missionaries and later the conservatives who are disguised as the custodians of African culture makes it impossible to deal with the gender-based violence without prioritizing how women are depicted in our knowledge system as knowledge consumers, but not knowledge producers. Makone has argued against this use of tradition, which is used as the, and I quote, unacceptability of female bodies in miniskirts. Angasinxibi ngoba akutheni iskirt. Why does it affect you? The maternal legacies, therefore, of knowledge need to be resuscitated as part of what Nzegu terms Sankofaring approach in theorizing. This is the looking back but moving forward approach in reconceptualizing power and cultural dynamics in how we deal with some of the gender relations today. I don't want to go deep. I am just ending here so that we can have a conversation about how these historical narratives have defined the contemporary language to press and push women to reduce themselves just as only as consumers, but not people who are actually producing knowledge. So that is what I believe, that when we begin to do the work of dealing with the crisis of humanities and social sciences in our different societies, we need to start there with gender and replace the native with the gender. Then we'll begin to challenge the current social order. Thank you very much.
Wow, another round of applause. I'm never shy to accept that after such a paper I'm dislocated. I don't know what to say. I mean, what do you expect me to say? I don't know where to start, how to start it. Thank you so much, Doctor, for such piercing. For me, it was really piercing presentation. And I think we'll open the floor for questions, comments, challenges. But let me, without spoiling anything, at least lift up the take-homes for me immediately. It's around the issue of the masculine post-colonial order that is dominant and that is defining debates, that is defining interactions and also defining reflections. I think for me it's a take-home. Another important one is the neo-traditionalist order. It is our culture. I love that because it is a kind of silencing that has emerged. And that is at times very difficult to challenge, because once you challenge, it is as if you are against the so-called culture. So it is an appropriation of correctness. And I think that is very powerful. For me, it's another take-home. I'm just raising the take-homes. But I think, Prof, could know some of the things that we should try, and other colleagues in here, to explore even further. I was also touched, and this will be my last take-home, by, and you didn't use these words, Doctor, the muting of the woman intellectual tradition, if I may use that. And I mean, some of the examples, and I'll speak for at least the discipline, I'm anti-disciplines, but sometimes that is our foundations, of sociology. Many sociologists, even at the high level, would not even know the name Ida Wells. Whereas when you study Ida Wells, you can say with certainty that she is one of the founders of the discipline of sociology in her study of lynching in the US. And fortunate enough, and here I give credit to Cornel West in his book, The Black Prophetic Fire, to attempting to even just scratch the surface in bringing up the name of Ida Welch. Another person, and this I did when I was assisting one of the profs in this university itself. The relationship, the contribution, and even the influence of Charlotte Maxeke over W.E.B. Du Bois. It is never written about, but when you study their correspondence, you can see their relationship at Wilberforce, which also carried on after Charlotte came back, and how Du Bois continued to draw from her. And in their correspondence, you can see that Du Bois was very much influenced by that. Another for me is how, when we talk, because I come from that school of thought of the Black radical tradition, when we talk about the Black radical tradition, we rightly, of course, mention C.L.R. James, Walter Rodney, and Lakely Robinson, but we mute Angela Davis. Davis is completely muted. We have all but forgotten about Patricia McFadden, whose scholarship was one of the center figures of the SAPES Trust in Harare and the SAPEM magazine, which was a very powerful and I think very unfortunate that it collapsed under other circumstances. I can go on and on about all this, the muting of the radical black woman tradition, if I may coin that term. And thank you very much, Doctor, for bringing that. I can go on and on. Let me not spoil and take advantage of the podium. And my apologies if I've started to do that. Colleagues, the floor is open for us to ask questions and also make contributions. As you raise your hand, I may not know some of you, so I apologize if I don't call you by name and call others by name. It is not intentional. Let me start with Prof. Kuno and Prof. Makwe and Prof. that side. In that order, let's take them in threes, then we'll go the other three.
Thank you so much, Babalo. I was quite disappointed when I saw the program, when the title was not what I asked. I am so grateful that Iglozi took over and that what I wanted you to speak about is what you actually eventually spoke about. So I'm really grateful for that. I wanted to ask a few things, but I'll start with what Ntate Tleane said. Ntate Tleane said something that I think is quite significant as we do the work of excavating these histories. You said, Ntate Tleane, that when you were talking about Du Bois and Maxeke, you said that we seldom think about her contribution to the making of Du Bois. And I think this is an important one because there are multiple stories in contemporary academy of men, black men, stealing from young black women, not acknowledging them, not referencing them, and then refusing them promotions when they know that they stand on those young women's shoulders. It's unfortunate, it's painful. But I just wanted to mention it because you referred to that. And I think we need to start excavating those stories so that these young women can begin to be confident in their knowledge. They need to know that they know, and that what they know is significant. You know, because it's contributing to people's PhDs, it's contributing to people's positions, but it's not contributing to their own elevation. So I think it's an important call for us to recognize how the men that we reference are actually standing on the shoulders of grandmothers, and also on the shoulders of young black women. Thank you, Babalwa, for the energy. I love it. So you said that if we are going to transform scholarship, we must recenter African women's ontologies. I wanted you to speak to this project because I think this, for me, is why this conference, this kind of conference, should continue. It's why this kind of conference should continue. So I want you to give us your thoughts as someone who has started a big project like that. What other excavation projects are waiting for us as we recenter women's ontologies? I'm writing now on fatherhood, on the dynamics of father absence and presence. And I'm finding that what you said when you opened around theorizing, around how some of the women writers you've read, how Bell Hooks or Oyewumi, how they influence how we should think about what it means to be a knowledge producer. And how some of the conversations yesterday were somehow beginning to go there. But I think you take it further. I want you to recenter that. You spoke about the bluest eye, how the work of Toni Morrison provides us as women with the language. You know, how do we use similar authors to provide us with not only the language in the South African context, but with the, what's the word I'm looking for? Because we also lack, okay, I think I'm looking for the archive. We lack not only the language, but we also lack the steps. You know, we don't stand on those shoulders because we don't know them. Ntate Tlian also talked about a few women who we should know. So from your work, who are the other women we must know? But because I do work on men, and I center in the work I do, I center African men. Who are those African men that we need to excavate their contributions? Because their contributions don't take away by using my culture, that I hate. You know, which men can we begin to excavate as we recenter the ontologies of African women? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Prof. Makwe, as you please introduce yourself in full for the record.
My name is Mpine Makwe. I'm from the College of Education. And thank you so much, Babalwa. I did say I'm coming here to drink a lot from you, and I think I put you up to it. Thank you for doing that. You know, what you brought to the fore was so powerful, especially when we deal with issues of gender. When we talk about issues of gender, we tend to just put it aside, that it is not our story. And some of us were raised by grandmothers, very powerful women in the community. I had a discussion with my daughter telling her about my grandmother, and she said, but why don't you write this story? But I think I should write this story because you are saying it, that we need to resuscitate those stories, because today we stand here and say we are women that we are today because of those old ladies that looked after us, not only my grandmother, but my next door neighbor, who is also my grandmother. In the township, we were raised by a whole lot of grandmothers who had different influences in our lives. Life was tough then, but they managed, and I always say life was tough then, even tougher than it is now, but they managed to bring us together for some reason. And they managed to tell men off. You know, that they did exceptionally well. That you cannot do this to this particular thing. But the other issue that I think in an African culture that we tend to neglect is the hierarchy. An elderly woman you would talk and say all sorts of things, but when she has spoken, that was the end of the conversation. She would listen to you, and you would go back and forth and whatever, but when she comes in the conversation, it's when she gives a command that this is it, this is the direction we're going to take, you are going to do this, you are going to do this, you are going to do this. So that really resonated with me quite a lot. And I like the idea of the firstborn daughter. I'm not using it enough. I should do it. And I'm going to use it in my workplace. And I think these things, we tend to live a schizophrenic life where we don't use these positions that we have in our society into a workplace. You come into a workplace, you remove that, and then you come in and become something that you are not. And it's a difficult thing to continue doing those kind of things when you are positioned properly in your own home state. And the last point that I think...
Press it, Prof. Press it again.
Why does it go off? Okay, sorry. The last point that I want to raise, I want this excavation project to come through. And I think all of us can tell the stories. You know, let's invite each other and have that book of yours that you're talking about. And so that all of us must come to write the stories. When you talked about Toni Morrison, Fatima May, Ellen Kuzwayo, it reminded me when I was doing my undergraduate qualification in America many years ago, I did something called Black literature. And there was Black literature, there was Black history, there was Black anything, the Black sociology, you name it. And part of the project, and unfortunately I don't know where the papers are. I wish I could gather those papers that I wrote, because I was looking at race, ethnicity, and gender, on how and I was bringing the juxtaposition between Toni Morrison and Bessie Head, and bringing them together in this conversation from their books and analyzing their narratives. Because you look at those narratives, you need to analyze them. And as teachers, we don't get our children to do this work, to look at this work deeper. And maybe it needs to start at grade R. Grade R, where our children are taught our stories. Because there are lots of stories, grandmother stories that we used to sit around the table and they will tell us about their stories. We don't write those stories so that our children can get to know that there are stories from our context. Then they will know. Then they will look for dolls that look like us from our context. Thank you very much, Babalo. I'll say a whole lot of things. You just keep quiet. I'm a teacher and I get paid for talking.
Morning, everyone. My name is Phokazi Taung from the Center for Women and Gender Studies at Mandela. Doc, mine is it's just direct. It's a bit of a troubling question for me, I suppose. In terms of the journey of the excavation project and the centering of African knowledge systems, how do we then negotiate the ethics of keeping some of the knowledge sacred versus centering it, particularly with the danger of the commercialization of African knowledge? I mean, a key example I can think of is how African spirituality has been, used for capitalist gains. So how do we then negotiate the expansion of the archive, but also at the same time ensuring that certain forms of our ways of being remain sacred? Thanks.
I think let's take those three, then we'll come back for another round so that she's more.
Sure.
Over to you. Do you want to go there?
Oh, let me go there.
Yeah.
Sure. These are quite important questions, and normally when someone says that, normally men, they said important questions. I'll engage with them, I'll think about it, and thank you very much. I'm coming from a household that is full of men, brothers, so you must understand that I come from that lineage of humor that uses them as part of humor. And let me start with Grace, Prof. Kuno. One of the most beautiful things is that she's asking me a question that she's already doing. Prof. Kuno produced a book that is an award-winning book on Black women experiences in the academy. That is excavation. That is centering the stories that would not normally be central in the academy. The work has started. Professor Ntabiseng Motseme recently hosted a whole beautiful conference on township studies. We know her work when she talks about the MUC Speaks in TRC. And the idea of ukupanda amongst young people in the township, negotiating difficult spaces, that work is ongoing. The work of Uspokazi Magadla at Rhodes University with excavating the Liberation Archive, where certain women in the armed struggle were pushed under, but she's resuscitating those voices to say your experiences matter. Even if you think that you can't put it in a paper, your orality is what can get us to know what you have gone through. I can count and count. Asanda Benya at UCT is currently doing one of the most important work in labor studies, including Maleoko here, Professor Tswaedi, of centering a new subject in labor studies in sociology. We know that the subject of labor studies was always a blue-collar man from the mines or steel or whatever. They're trying to rearrange that and centralize the Black woman again in labor. I can count and count many studies, colleagues, that are ongoing, building on the works of those who have started before. The likes of Jacqueline Koch started the work on maids and madams, but there are others who are building on that. So what is it that I'm trying to say is that we've said this last week, I think we're at Mandela. You're not the first one to do anything, unfortunately. There's a history behind you that needs acknowledgement. Once you start acknowledging that you are not the first, then it forces you to recognize those who have gone before you, but link your current story with them. Then you produce powerful knowledge that recognizes those who have gone. For example, Frida, ndombi yakwa Bokwe. You don't know her here. The Bokwes are coming from the Alice. I have to know them. She was married to Z.K. Matthews. Beautiful mind. Influenced how Z.K. Matthews thought about law. I can count and count many women, colleagues, that need our attention when we are reading time frames, when we are reading periods. This is what I'm trying to say, if there's anything else today. When you are reading an event, when you are reading a period, when you are reading an era, you must refuse to go with certain voices that are celebrated and look for the contemporaries of those particular people. Who are the friends of Lembede? It was Z.K. Matthews. Who are the friends of Pixley Katluma? Who are the friends of Charlotte Maxeke? You know, you then expand the archive when you're looking at the contemporaries of the people who are debating and conversing with those people. That's why the whole thing about dialogue, we take it seriously where I come from, because we know that this is when you build the archive, simultaneously excavating, but also you are building for the future. I liked the examples that you've made, and Tian, about Du Bois, because Du Bois will celebrate Du Bois as one of the greatest black sociologists that has ever existed. But we forget that even Du Bois had women around who were thinking with him. You know, so this is the intentionality that we need to have when we are studying time. When we are studying this current process, this current state capture in the future, the history of the future is going to rewrite what is happening today. But it is our duty as social sciences to acknowledge the people who have spoken against it, including the women who are first whistleblowers. And I think that is the duty of the social science researcher in Africa today, to remain accountable and with uncompromising integrity. That's one thing that I can't emphasize enough, because what neoliberal order has pushed us to do in quantifying knowledge of how much we're taking shortcuts, colleagues. The shortcuts of journals that are not even putting peer review or whatever because we want to generate income, compromising the integrity and therefore the communities that we represent in these spaces when we come here. I can't talk about that because it's a whole lot of things. So, Prof. Kuno, the work is ongoing, and we must continue. I always say this. One of the things that European women that I hope to read about one day is the lynching and the killing of women thinkers before the Enlightenment. When women were the knowers of the European society, when the philosophers came, they killed them as witches. And that is the knowledge that we need to know from the European women, so that we can begin to form a different kind of balanced understanding of knowledge. I want to go on again to talk about this idea, Prof. Mbine, that you're talking about, of tapping into multiple identities as an African woman. And this is why people have always had a problem, or your woman, with the universalizing of the category of gender. And then she said it is historical. And people didn't want to hear it then. It is historical, even though the experiences are universal. We must take history into consideration when we study gender. Ifeoma Majume says, the identity of being intombi, in isiXhosa intombi, it's being a woman, but you can translate to a girl, but I prefer to say a woman. If you are intombi, you are not married, ne? Your power is different from being umfaz or umakoti. So the multiplicities of identities and how we use them to tap into power and to understand society's complications, that will be the first part of what we do, to know that society is complicated. Sometimes you have power, sometimes you don't have. And one of the things that I've learned recently was that if you don't use, unfortunately, the power while you still have it, that is why I am saying that we must be uncompromising and being intentional when we are studying the periods in making sure that who are these people that this person was having conversations with? Why does he come up as the only thinker of this particular era? The work of the ecofeminists, Vandana Shiva, I love work of Vandana Shiva. She's a physicist, but she studies food and knowledge systems. She talks about how the environmental degradation in itself is based on this domineering masculine science that wants to dominate everything that it comes across. That's why it is in PE we have boreholes everywhere. I was saying yesterday, sorry, to my partner, I don't understand how people, when they drill and the soil shakes like that on each and every yard, like, don't you feel some sort of, oh, it's like scary. How, like, it feels so violent to the soil. But yet these are the people that are most celebrated as environmentalists. We've got histories of indigenous environmentalism that tell us that African cosmologies, whether it's spirit, the earth, the water, they are all connected in keeping the harmony of life. So those are the knowledges that we need to resuscitate when we study the environment, so that kungatwa, oh, they are against environment because bona, they want food and social security. No, that's not who we are. We're everything. We're complicated. Smokers, the ethical dilemma of feminists has always existed in what we give and what we choose to keep. There are lots of feminists who studied secret societies, for example. They could not, unlike anthropologists who could go to a society and just get there and, observe everything that was happening. They don't know who is the head, they just come in and just start writing and misconstruing sometimes the understanding of those rituals. Our sensitivity as feminists, it means we need to be able to read the society, what matters to that society, and what matters to the future generation as well. Conservation and secrecy, but also the ethics of acknowledging where that knowledge comes from is still central. The dilemmas will always be there, but we must know what matters, and the integrity of what matters must never be diluted. I don't know if I'm dealt with all of you.
Okay, let's take another round.
Yo!
Prof. Kuno, now I don't want to stop, you'll stop me. 1, 2, yeah, let's take all of them, just once. Yes. Maybe let's take 1, 2, 3, then when we come back, we'll say 1, 2, then the last one, 3. So it's 1, 2, 3, then 1, 2, 3. Okay, thanks, Prof. I've noted. Remember to introduce yourselves in full for the record.
Sure. Sawubona. It's so wonderful to be here. Thank you, Prof. Kuno and colleagues of UNISA for this very important conference. My name is Nthabise Motsime, and I'm based at the University of Johannesburg at the Sociology Department. These women who are here are, who are part of doing the work of excavations. We are many in this task of doing this work, and it's just such an honor to be with them this morning. My question, in fact, as I was walking to come to the conference, I used to work here many years ago here at UNISA. And I was just overwhelmed by the maleness of the building, right? Like you walk in, it's a beautiful picture of our previous presidents as you walk, you walk into the building. As you're coming towards this room itself, there's a beautiful picture of Tata Nelson Mandela. But yet we're in the building that is called Mama Madikizela Mandela, and it just, there's sort of that overwhelm. I had this really visceral experience of a deep masculinity about the building. So the issue of space, I think the issue of space and bringing in the issue of space as we excavate, as we do, do the work of excavating maternal legacies, that to think through that. And I was just taking advantage of Cindy, which for you, how would a sort of a more I don't want to say maternal space, but let me go there to use the term you hear. What would be a more maternal space look like, feel like, if we were to think through it and reorganize what we call higher education institutions? I'll keep it as broad as that. You can use this building as an example as well. And there's so many layers, as we know, to the concept of space, you know, because it includes the ancestral, it includes the spiritual, the physical, all the dimension. The second issue was around the idea of time that I love about, you know, when you speak about maternal legacies of often Mam Barbara Mselegu spoke on Poli Poli, which is really about her grandmother, how she was raised by her grandmother. She talks about how we've come to a lot of, you know, us as academics, particularly young academics, black academics, we tend to, when we do...
Press it again, Prof.
Oh, sorry, thanks. When we do our sort of historicization, periodization, everything starts at apartheid, you know? And so when she's looking at, you know, talking about her grandmother at the turn of the century and how, you know, she stresses the point which really struck me, you know, around how those women, after the land act, you had nothing. You literally woke up with land you didn't have, and they had to recreate themselves from that. And yeah, so that need to kind of stretch that historization. I think the work that you're doing is extremely important for that, because it does deepen our understanding. It nuances our theory, the way we theorize, et cetera, et cetera. It just does so many things. Just when you stretch that periodization of what you're looking at in the contemporary, whether it's violence, it's women, whatever the case is, labor, it does something that I think is very rich and important in building that archive. And then just the last point I wanted to make was, as you were presenting, the way that you're presenting with the humor, with everything, for me, I don't think as also as black, you know, academics, scholars, you know, artists, creators, etc. I think maybe the creators do it better than us in some way. This issue of form. I think as social scientists, we don't take that seriously. Form. That actually form is a point of creativity as well. It's a point of theorization as well. It's a point where things open up as well. So in the way that you write, if you wrote the paper in the way that you were doing it orally, in the way that you are referencing, in the way that it's not linear, as you're saying, it's, you know, my paper. I love that experimentation. I think we need to take seriously our forms of writing, because that in the forms of writing that we also introduce, we're also introducing the very ontology that you're speaking about, this alternative ontology, and that it's time to just absolutely break free from these very structured and very, where you can't even hear, your voice is muffled, you want to say something, but you can't. So yeah, and what for you, just the question back to you of what forms of writing should we be you know, experimenting with, should we be putting towards the center in the academy, and particularly in these traditional disciplines, sociology, anthropology, you know, these ones that we've been talking about this morning. And it's wonderful to see you. Thank you so much for yeah, I also have, I could go on. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Prof. The second one, then. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm Venkosi Madlela, a UNISA alumni. Thank you very much, Doc, for such a wonderful presentation. Really, it has been an eye-opener to some of us. And you are very skillful in articulating it. You brought our culture. Some of us, we like culture. Not the distorted one. When we say our culture, we mean our true culture, not the neo-colonial culture, which distorts everything. You brought Oma Fungwase, then by doing that, bringing Oma Fungwase, bringing grandmothers and bringing mothers, you are bringing the hierarchy, as Prof said, she has gone out, as she said, you are bringing the hierarchy to show the role that our African women play in the society. You brought the really players, the grandmothers. Before I continue with that, let me come to the distortions of colonization. That our women did not contribute to knowledge, did not contribute to the economy. Unfortunately, even our beautiful women are singing that song. That women were not contributing to the family development, they were not contributing to the knowledge. That's the neo-colonial song that we have all joined, which is not correct. Women have been contributing from time immemorial. Number one, they've been the ones taking care of the families and contributing economically. But they were disempowered by colonization. When the colonial economy came, it changed our way of life. Men were forced to go to work in mines, to work in farms and the like. Then women were not allowed to work. Then that's when the colonizers started to say women were not contributing. Because to them, contribution was working in the farm and being paid peanuts, working in the mines and getting paid peanuts. So since women were not allowed in that space, in other countries, I was lucky I grew up during colonial period in different countries. They were not even allowed to go and see their men at work. So then that took out the contribution of women that they used to do. Even during that time, you could see that a man coming from the mines would be carrying nothing. And a woman at home will remain working. And this man, when he goes back to work, she will be given money by the woman for transport. Because she will be selling amacansi namavovo, ethengisa nezinkukhu namabele akhe. Abe nemali lona fika phekela umphako abuyele futhi eboleke imali futhi. Anga-contribute so much like the woman has been contributing. And then to the knowledge, they were the ones, because our knowledge was passed from one generation to the next by grandmothers, by mothers, and by omamomncane. They were the people who knew the history of the family, the community, and they who told that the folk tales and the like. People were learning through folk tales. And you mentioned the language. Everything was in the language. Knowledge was carried in the language. Izaka, Izisho. That information was disseminated by women. They were the medical doctors who were taking care of sick children. They were the dietitians who knew the healthy foods that children were supposed to eat. They were the ones who were producing food. I can go on and on because this is something that I like. They were counselors, they were role models in the society. And as Prof said, they were the ones who were protecting people in the society. Like she said, if the grandmother said no, it was a no, and it was known that it was a no. And the grandmother was at the top of the hierarchy in the family. Everything that was done in the family, you were supposed to go to report to the grandmother, and she could okay it. So this neo-colonialism distortion that women never contributed to knowledge needs to be corrected, and that they never contributed to the economy, it needs to be corrected. Because some people were born maybe during colonization, they didn't see the contribution of women in the knowledge and in the economy. So educated women like you assist us and they correct it, so that when we say our culture, we refer to our correct culture, not distorted culture. It's okay, our culture is okay, but the distorted one, we don't want it. It has to be flushed out. And our women must be given the space that they have in the community. Without them, there is no community. I can go on and on because this is something that I'm passionate about. But I'm pained by the way how women have been commercialized and taken for granted, especially by politicians and the like. They say anything that they want as long as it's going to give them votes, forgetting to go back to the truth that they're articulating. Would let us go back to those epistemologies and the contributions of women to society and to the families and to the knowledge systems. Thank you very much.
Sanbonani, I'm going to read some of the comments and questions from YouTube. We are streaming live on YouTube. Oh. Yeah. So I'm not going to introduce myself, but I'll be reading what Hannah Awad is saying. She's saying, Prof, I love the way you presented the topic, which indicates your belief in what you are saying. We in Africa need to be aware that as women, we can lead positive transformation of our societies, preserving our African identity. Thank you so much. She then continues to ask the question, how can we become producers of knowledge rather than just being consumers of it? Yeah, I'll end there for now.
Thank you, Badumisi Lechongwane. I'll introduce you. Thank you, my sister. Okay. I think maybe let's take the three. Should we take the other three, or do you want to deal as the last? Ne? Yes. I think I have noted you, Prof. I'll call everyone Prof. Just for the sake.
Okay.
Yes, yes. No, not you. I'll give you last, Prof. At the back, Prof, with you had your hand up, followed by Prof. Kasong, and there was the last one behind Prof. Makwet, and Prof. Kuno will wrap up with a comment.
Thank you very much, Dr. Babalo, for a very insightful presentation, which I think ignites the excellence in transformation that we need to forge into. My comment and a question is regarding what you said at the beginning of your presentation when you spoke about the cleaners, the security guards, which is something that is also very close to my heart, thinking that transformation will not be transformation as yet if we do not include everybody else. This problematizes the categories that we use in the academy, categories of hierarchies, including others as administrators, academics. And the question that I would like to ask here is, when one sees a call for abstracts, how do we nudge, how do we encourage that this should also include everybody? Because I think including everybody, our cleaners, security guards, or anybody except that they are academics, will also widen new knowledge production, will also reduce the widening inequalities that we have in our societies. And we will be imbibed by those stories that we are not sharing in this space. So that is very important to include. As long as we have not done this, I think we are just walking in the park. Yes, I think, and I think, yes, on that note as well, I'm also raising the issue that knowing very well that the university is an incentivizing space, that will also have to be taken into account as to how would those who were not being categorized to respond to the call for abstracts, how will they be incentivized as well? That is very important for transformation, particularly in the ideation of an African university. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Prof. Kasong. Maybe move to another one.
Thank you very much. Really a brilliant lecture. I'm very grateful, and I thank you. I think it is very much clear that we are looking for new paradigm. This is where we are. Very clear that all the paradigms that were based on dark continent, those paradigms have become irrelevant. They are not functioning. They are not functioning because they were based on exploitation, domination, control, and leading to underdevelopment. That is very much clear if you look at all the indexes that we use. Now, what to do? Where should we go? The agreement, intellectual agreement, has been that we have to create our own paradigms, and in this process, we have to be more scientific than anybody else, because we do not know enough even about ourselves. We do not know that even the concept of militarism that was associated with the nation state, that women were the generals. This is why the English did not understand how come that in Akan traditions that women were talking, they were bearing arms, they did not understand. They thought that something was wrong with African traditions. And so there are so many things that we do not know ourselves. And therefore, I think personally, when I teach political science, and I have decided in the past 20 years that instead of going to traditional political science methods, that I have to do interdisciplinary, I have to talk with anthropologists and archaeologists and biologists, so that I can even understand my own discipline that deals mainly with power and institutions. But that is still very much limited. And I think that is, how can we become more scientific than anybody? Because it's received social sciences or natural sciences, they give us only very little about ourselves. And so I think which means that our government should be influenced to give us more money, because research is costly. It is not a description that we see on the street. It is more than that. In every discipline. So how can we influence our governments to give us, to increase the spending in supporting universities? What can we do at that level? And the second, how can we persuade the deans and the heads of universities to support specific programs that can bring the understanding in terms of gender in every discipline? I have decided that I have to combine gender issues in political science, everything that I do. But that the dean and the schools must accept that. Otherwise, I think they will vote against it. So, which means that we have to decolonize what we do at universities. And that is not really an easy job to do. And the last is, I think I do agree with you totally, that, for instance, within the French Revolution, the French Revolution started with women, but it ended up with men. Why? What did happen here? Women started this organization, this movement. And look at the Berlin Conference. There were 14 men monarchs. They excluded women in participating in this conference. So the outcome was the ideas of the European monarchs creating something that did not exist before, which is a nation state that dominated by men. So we are in the process of deconstructing this. And so in the process of deconstructing, I think we have to make sure that even the quota system is not democratic, that at every level we have to have women, at every level. This is the way we can have input from all. Otherwise, we may end up with the exercise of Berlin Conference of 14 monarchs creating something that was going to save them and protect themselves instead of being inclusive. The last is, I think, I wanted to see how we can organize, instead of teaching great books. I participated in great books a lot, but I think it would be important that we have some specific courses at the introductory level, where the general level, where we teach about gender from the beginning on. And that will help the young people to think critically. And so making those courses requirements. And that is not easy. I teach political science in the US and also in Ghana. And so my claim is trying to make sure that there are some specific courses dealing with gender as part of requirements of the colleges and universities. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Last part one, then Prof. Kuno.
And then you'll be the last, Prof. Okay. Let's maybe try to compress them without me suppressing you. For the sake of time, I apologize, colleagues.
Okay, thank you. I'm Simangele Shakwane from the Department of Health Studies, and I'm a nurse by profession. So my question will be based on human sciences. I acknowledge the fact that when you spoke about representation does not mean liberation. As nurses, we are having a 90% of females, but we cannot claim liberation as yet, because we see that, I see that when we look at sexualization of the woman's body, nursing started dating, and we have not reconciled with the fact that when nursing started as a female's work, it was all about the prostitutes. Yeah. And for a long time, nurses have been, they played that role of prostitution. And I don't know how can we heal our history, because we are not writing, because we are afraid that that will come out. And when it comes out, what will happen to the image of our profession? And the other issue of the gender issue also, looking at the 10% of male nurses, and when they provide care, I advocate for them because I teach. So when they provide care, there's that whole issue of gender-based violence, meaning that when they care for the patient, they need to be cautious because they might end up being seen as somebody who's abusing, especially raping, and we have heard so many stories. Where else, when the females are being sexually harassed behind the curtains, they are not free to talk about it because it is nursing. So I don't know, how can we save the nursing profession in such a way that it becomes healed, and then we're able to look at the history, and then we're able to say women, like we've looked at Cecilia Makwan, we can claim their position within the space. Thank you very much.
Prof. Kuno? You wait, okay? Prof?
Okay, thanks, Chair.
And then introduce yourself for the record.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Maluhuku Tswaidi. I'm from the University of Johannesburg, Sociology Department. I think my point is linked to some of the points that Prof raised there, because as he was talking, I was thinking about the emphasis that has been made in this lecture in terms of, our histories and, the importance of knowing our histories and teaching our histories, to our young people and the students. And, the concern is around, the significance that is being put on the importance of history from, the school level, basic education. That at the moment, the push now with the fourth IR and, all these AI things, that we are now talking about, that, the emphasis now is that, everyone must do maths and science, right? And, the students who are doing history, they are seen as, as students who are not smart. So there is that thing of undermining the importance of history. And obviously, when our students get to the higher education sector, they already have that attitude that, this is not important, right? So they will choose other subjects, and even when they go into those disciplines, they are not interested in knowing the history, they are interested in getting the jobs. That, I want to do something that will help me get a good job and a job that pays money. So we have a big challenge, and I'm just wondering that, the disconnect that we have, because these conversations, they happen here in higher education sector, but then they are not linked to what is happening, you know, in basic education. You know, thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think that was the last one. Just to add on that, I was having a discussion with Dr. Bopape yesterday about how this university saw the physical, almost complete obliteration of African languages due to comments by government ministers who said, why are you studying African languages? And that is when we lost students. And what was then, of course, it was wrongly named, but a huge and very important African languages department, which properly should have been part of the languages department, but it is another debate, was obliterated because of that such talk. Thank you. Over to you.
This is why sometimes you make short speeches and say, thank you very much, I'll think about it. Colleagues, I think all of you are speaking actually to some of the points that I was going to raise in another conversation if I had focused on the one that Idlozilka Grace pushed me away from. So I'm gonna start with sorry, I didn't get your name.
Tebogo Kope from, oh, it's not working.
Tebogo.
Tebogo Kope from the College of Graduate Studies here at UNISA.
Okay. So Tebogo, you know, Tebogo, when we talk, for me, okay, let me start here. When we say that transformation as a project should allow everyone to dream differently, for me, that is what transformation is about. You must be able to say whether you are someone cleaning, whether you are someone lecturing, whether you're a domestic worker, but you must know that your life chances are not limited to what you are doing. For me, that is the first point. The second thing is, when I was going to talk about Inimba, I was going to talk about the deep compassion that we have lost against the working poor in this country. We have become so accustomed, you know, to the precarity and the vulnerability of the working poor. As a result, it is normal for us now to say, oh no, there are many of them like that, eh? No, you can't do anything about it. There is nothing in this country, maybe continent or the world, that we have accepted as the degradation of the poor and the working class. This cuts across gender, this cuts across race, this cuts across class. But the understanding and the acceptance of their positionality, it's something that we have become so accustomed to. If I were to talk about Inimba, I was going to say, it is the labor that we do here that should always recognize that we are laboring for everyone to have a possibility of a different life chance. When we assume representation, what Sibongile was talking about, when we assume the positions of power, we have to be intentional. Unfortunately, these days, it is so it's not fashionable to be an intentional leader and say that those who were previously disadvantaged, the kids of Soshanguve, the kids of Soweto, the kids of all the local townships, need to have a specific space so that they can dream differently. And unfortunately, that is not the case when it comes to the neoliberal order, because we are saying we want numbers, and our FTEs are based on who comes in and gets out. The whole funding model of higher education will have to be revolutionized, I'm sorry to say so, if we are going to take into consideration the real transformation that we need. You can't continue to fund the research universities so much and give them a status without acknowledging the histories and the hierarchies of geographies of this higher education. So the whole funding model, when we talk transformation, has to also acknowledge that, unfortunately, the geopolitics of the world still determine that we must be counted somewhere else as impactful. So there is a whole political economy of higher education that we have not even begun to discuss. We have not even started with the political economy of higher education. And how, by the sheer funding model, you literally limited the life chances of anyone who is not permanently employed. And let me just comment on the issue of precarity. Unfortunately, I just heard recently that almost a half of academics in South Africa are contract. More than half, 57%. I heard that. And I shrank on my seat. I said, oh my God, what is the future of South African academy? Because these are the only jobs sometimes that ensured that certain people had medical aid and their kids can actually get into middle class status that they studied for. If the younger generation cannot even dream of being a full-time lecturer, where are we going? This is what Guy Standing calls the dangerous class that is being produced by the current neoliberal economy, whereby we live in a perpetual insecurity, moving from one contract to the next, very exploitative. And they say when I like it, people, I'm not on social media, sorry people on social media. When they put it nicely, it's like, oh, I can't do this 9 to 5 thing, eh? This 9 to 5 to thing it's not sexy. Like makes you poor. Okay, 9 to 5 has got medical aid, sorry to tell you that. And once you get rid of 9 to 5, it means you cannot even access a bond. Colleagues, so what I'm saying is, unfortunately, the precarity of the ones who see, that's what Karl Marx once said, that it's going to, is a cancer to all of us into the academic positions. We're already seeing the stats are telling us that. So what we do when we imagine a transformed university, we imagine the society that we want at the same time. Without those two coming together, we are still going to be talking about representation this, representation that, because we have no idea, we have not imagined what the kind of society that we want for all of us to live in. Prof. Kasong, I agree with you totally. I agree with you in terms of creating new paradigms, because the old paradigms have not worked. But the problem is the Bretton Woods kind of conference of 1952 has pushed us to be here today. And we continue to embrace that what Fukuyama said in political theory, the end of history. If we are going to accept that this is the end of history, this is the way human life should be imagined, we are going to have serious problems. You can put your walls as high as this building and put electric fences. Because of the life chances that you are limiting of every child, you're going to see them in the streets and rob you. That is the ultimate thing. Inequalities are unsustainable. There's no society that has ever been safe with inequalities. So, we need new paradigms. We need to actually, when we discuss decolonization, because that's what you've just described, you just described decolonization without saying it is decolonization, what you're doing in political sciences. And the imagination of the nation state by the few, which has produced what we have in Africa, a state that is domineering and masculine and sometimes kills its own citizens. I have seen, even here at UNISA when I was once here, a decolonial paradigm, very masculinized, and also not even including a woman in the panel sometimes. And you take a woman as a secretary to come and take notes and press next button. That is not decoloniality. That's what you do. If you're going to take decolonization seriously, you're going to have to start from the way you look at a person without sexualizing them, but understand that there's knowledge to every one of us. And I like the work that you're doing, Prof, because Professor Steady Philomena wrote about the nation state and motherhood. And she theorizes the motherhood and leadership through motherhood to say that what would be the nation state be like if we were to take the lens of studying it through motherhood, because it's a work of sacrifice, motherhood. Yes, it's not something that women want to be reduced to, but it's a community act. It's a work of sacrifice that most women know about. And if they choose not to do, it's also their choice. And I agree with you again, rigor and science. We have come to accept mediocrity in higher education because we want to channel. If we are going to go back to what you are talking about, new paradigms, we're going to have to say a degree, a PhD that takes less than 3 years. We celebrate 3-year degrees up in South Africa. Sorry about that. PhDs. What did you cut short? Science and rigor should not be compromised when we are studying our own societies. And I do believe, linked to Usbongile, that transdisciplinarity and interdisciplinarity will help us in dealing with some of the problems that you have sometimes in natural sciences, where they refuse to acknowledge that Pythagoras, wayeqala apha eAfrica. Okay? So, we're going to have to understand that transdisciplinarity, interdisciplinarity is sustainability of the academic project. If I may just share one thing, at Mandela when COVID hit us as a university, all of us were left wanting. One of the beautiful things that happened in my university, which is led by 3 women, African women, if I may just add, what we did, there was a task team full of scientists, people from medicine, people from humanities. The scientists started, when COVID hit us, started going to the lab and making, what's this thing? Sanitize in the task team. Others then generated funds to feed the poor. Started a whole fund, like a solidarity fund. We were busy in humanities knitting masks from textile. And that is what I mean by transdisciplinarity, the work that goes beyond your discipline, that is impactful to society, and that speaks to the need. I think we have missed the opportunity of COVID, where all of us could have come together and redefine certain disciplines so that they can speak to each other especially the health systems. The last one, and I promise I won't say anything again. Prof. Tswaedi, basic education, yes, is a problem. But what is the education faculty teaching? Let us ask our faculty members here, what is in your curriculum for the teachers? Then we'll get the answer of why is history not a priority. We go back to us. Because if we take history seriously, and it is taught by historians in education, not the outsourcing of historians within education, because we outsource experts within teacher education. You think that you're going to read a textbook about history of South Africa and then go and regurgitate that to a student, and then the student will be interested. We need to keep the experts of teaching music. People who are in music must go and teach in education. People who are in history, the historians, the experts, must go and teach in education. Not the shortcuts that we have now been accustomed to, whereby education is only taught by a small few number of people. And that is, for me, the beginning. But I must acknowledge the new minister in certain things in terms of challenging the history curriculum. The history curriculum is now being changed in South Africa, even though it is not as expansive as we would like it to be. To take into consideration the language, I think is it Professor Stole or Professor Ndlovu that are part of that task team that is actually changing the history curriculum. However, as education faculties in our universities, we must ask ourselves many questions about what we teach to the teachers. The last thing, colleagues, is I cannot live without saying that the work that you are doing in this university is important. We look up to UNISA as a university that leads the continent, that seeks to center the continent in its way of thinking. It becomes gruesome for us when we hear vice-chancellors be called names of such a beautiful big university with African ethos. I must say, colleagues, whatever we learn about maternal legacy must apply in practice, must apply in governance, must apply in how we deal with each other every day, so that the dignity of women is not only in our scholarship. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again, Doctor, for the wise words. In conclusion, I want to say just a small comment. Many years ago, when I interacted with Mayor Catherine Odora Hoppers, said, Kleani, you say you want to write, and I said, yes, Prof. What is itching you? Because you must not just write for the sake of writing. I can see that you are itching as you are speaking here. And I think that is what we must learn also from you. Without wasting any time, give me 1 minute to make this comment, Prof. Kuno and Dr. Bopap. When I came here many years ago as a young boy, there was a discipline called Greek mythology. Prof. Makwe will remember. Part of me, I'm glad that it is no longer there. But you know what it did is that it taught about the centrality of Europe, starting it from mythology, and saying that mythology is a source of wisdom, source of philosophy. That mythology is the foundation stone of natural science, be it maths, be it physics, be it astronomy, medicine, and psychology. And therefore, it is the source of the enlightenment and what we call knowledge at the moment. One of the things that I got interested in is to go back and study what we were taught to be superstition. And I learned that it is not superstition, but mythology. But we have not packaged that as black people on the continent. And I'm going back to the concept of Rakgadi. Those who, from the languages of the south, of the north in South Africa, the concept of Rakgadi, how we were made to respect Rakgadi, came in mythical terms. You'd remember when we were taught that if you don't respect Rakgadi or wakwatisa Rakgadi, utlo tshwara ka dikhaba. And when we were growing up, we thought that it was superstition. And when I went back to study it, it was forcing us, institutionalizing it in mythical terms to respect Rakgadi because o tshaba dikhaba. And they will say, once Rakgadi a tshwere ka dikhaba, nothing will come all right until you go back and apologize and do what your Rakgadi is doing. The point I'm making is that those are some of the things that we need to revisit. How do we package African mythology and move ourselves away from regarding it as superstition, but as the source of wisdom? And then center it in the knowledge that we produce as black scholars. And for me, that is a challenge that I'm taking out of this. Without any waste of time, we have come to this session, which was a bit longer for two reasons. It went into a flow, but also we started late. Colleagues, thank you very much for this opportunity that you have given me. We are going to take a 5 minutes leg stretch as we pick up a cup of coffee and come back for the second session. Once again, let us give another round of applause to Dr. Mokotwane. Thank you very much. 5 minutes, then we come back. The second panel starts. Oh yes, just hold on. By the privilege bestowed in me, if you may approach Doctor. On behalf of the UNISA community, we say we don't have much, but this token by which you will remember the University of South Africa and remain to be our friend and our critique. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let us take a leg break, 5 minutes, as we pick up a cup of coffee and come back. I hope that the next panelist and the panel chair are ready. Thank you.
Dr. Bear around us here. I will ask that all the speakers here, because there are 4 of them, we have enough chairs for them to save time. You can pick any of the empty chairs. If it means I will have to stand, I can stand, no problem. Dr. Bupape. Good afternoon, colleagues. I think we had a very good early session which shaped us to continue with the next one, which is this one, that in which we are. I am Elijah Baloyi from UNISA. I'm working for the Research Institute. Formerly, I was head of the Department of Philosophy, Practical and Systematic Theology, but now I'm working for the Research Institute. I prefer to be called Elijah, but my African name, which I love more than all the names, I'm called Magezi. So I just know not all of you cannot pronounce it very well, but if you can use that one, Magezi. I like it very much. The titles do not matter, don't worry. I am going to be chair of this session, and I will be very, very curious with time. You might have realized that we are behind our time, but I don't want us towards the end to say, but we use the time because we're using it for the benefit of the knowledge that we are creating here. So please, creating knowledge does not mean that we don't care about time. This issue of saying African time, sometimes I hate it very much because it does not say who I am. That's not who I am. I have all these speakers, when you look at our program, and they all have 20 minutes each to deliver their papers so that we can have engagement. It's a blessing in disguise. The first one online is not going to be with us. We're supposed to be starting with that one, Masilo. I'm sorry if I don't pronounce every name very well. It is the nature of being an African also. Masilo C. Pael. Is it Spael? It was crashed here where I am. We don't have that one, so it means we are going to start from Dr. Tibuko Khope. I have her with me at the front here, and then she will be giving us the first paper. I will prefer that after her, I will come again to announce the next one, and then I come again until the 4 of them are done. Then we come to the round-up discussion. I think in that way we can save time. Are we in agreement, colleagues? Okay. So that is the way how things will go. I'm so privileged to be leading this session. And please, if I don't call you by name, I just say Sister So or Brother So or Professor So. Just accept it. I'm learning a lot, and I'll even be learning your name in a very near future. So please, just accept that. It's not to undermine you. I know very few people around here, but in a very short space of time, I'll be knowing everyone. I'm good in that. Let me say, Dr. Tibuko Khope, this is your time to come and give us new knowledge. We are here for new knowledge. We are here to create knowledge. She's coming with some knowledge that will impact our new knowledge that we are creating. And I want to ask all of us to receive her with a round of applause as she's coming to start with her first paper.
Thank you, Prof. Baloyi. Good morning, Dumelang colleagues, Dumelang Bagaetsho. What an important occasion, what an important agenda that we are having here as a scholarship and discourse. My topic is highlighted, why are we here? Challenging agents of revolutions through independent transformation, under the theme Transforming Scholarship after COVID-19 and in the context of the 4th Industrial Revolution. I'll give you my presentation overview, which will be in the introduction, challenges in AI, ventilations and questions of concern, the conceptual framework and argumentation. And in here, this is congested with a lot of aspects where I use real-life examples that have resonance with what we are discussing in this forum. And then I will conclude with concluding remarks and implications for this. Now, with regards to context, why does context matter? I think this was also elaborated a lot in yesterday's keynote speaker by Professor Lumumba. Context matters here because of one has to focus on their geopolitical knowledge, where they are reciting their locus of enunciation. I bring this forward as a question in which we need to interrogate ourselves as to what is the relevance of a revolution if it does not bring any positive socio-economic changes to the marginalized. What is the significance of any revolution whatsoever if the trends and patterns of such a revolution leaves the vulnerable behind? Do we need a social upheaval? I think a radical change in society is needed. Context as well here refers not only to our locus of enunciation here as people in the global south. I also give partially examples of the global north, how AI with its threats and promises have also been exemplary in the global north. Herein highlighting what Walter Mignolo alleges, that you must use the knowledge of where you come from. But in this case, I will not only dwell much into the global south, but partially as well into the global north. In his keynote address yesterday, what touched me, Professor Lumumba, contextualizing this, putting us into context as well, he mentioned that all the 4 industrial revolutions, yes, in his keynote address yesterday, which is something that I want to bring forth into this presentation, Professor Lumumba yesterday mentioned that all the four industrial revolutions that happened were done without Africans. And we find that this particular one, the 4th industrial revolution, which particularly contributes so much to the 3 pillars that we are struggling with as a country, those of inequality, unemployment, and poverty. It's really widening the gap so large. As much as AI is so good, but it has its goods and also its evils. So I find this remark about that he made also stands very firm for the title of this presentation. Why are we here? Why are we where we are? And by context here again, I mean we always want to leapfrog without taking heed of where we are, without taking heed of our own realities. I also spoke to that transformation here is often adopted within the 4th IR revolution with developments that are looked at within one's locus of enunciation, looking at the AI invasion locally or globally. And I imagined the saying in Setswana that says, "Motho ke motho ka batho." Reimagining this simply meaning that, in English it means that you are human because of other people's humanness to you. Now, thinking about artificial intelligence, one thing that it simply informs us that humans can no longer trust each other, let alone trust themselves. That we feel better immersing ourselves and trusting machines, robotics, and simulated automations. Other scholars in this, including Professor Chilizima Rwala, support that AI machines can be aligned with existing human values from an African perspective. and Carmen and Rosman also argue that the principle of explaining how artificial intelligence should work requires that we should be also sensitive to context. How sensitive are we to our own realities if we engage into this space that has taken the world by storm? Moving forward, it is also Professor Chilizi Mazurala also who concurs that the artificial intelligence space is entirely without any fears, it's entirely without any dangers. In this case, he says that AI can be programmed to create AI weapons or also develop destructive methods of performing otherwise simple tasks, thereby already also being misused digitally as a technology. He also warns that humans are the ones who should persist in the regulation of artificial intelligence so that AI machines can be able to do what we want them to do. But to indicate that this statement is problematic, it is him as well, Marwala, who says that the issues that are concerned is that we would need to know how to measure the set of ethical principles that we must follow in order to monitor this. And in this case, I also give an example which is very pertinent today, which he also gives as an example of how in 2019, the US Speaker of House Representative Nancy Pelosi's house was reduced in power by about 25%, where her appearance of speaking visually would sound as if she is someone who is incoherent. And fast forward in 2022, October, we learned as well in the news that she was almost attacked, but it's her husband who was attacked in their house. And it was the same US government. I'm just now binding all this together. It was the same US government which warned our country a few weeks ago, if not a month ago, that there was a terror attack that was looming and imminent in Sandton, something that did not discharge, something that did not happen. So I was thinking, earlier on in the last session, Professor Tatetiani, I think, elaborated about superstitious thinking. Superstitious thinking here would kick in. Superstitious thinking here would kick in and think about what if this warning was a warning to South Africans of their behavior, of always abstaining, of always taking a backseat whenever they need to comment about the Ukrainian and Russian war, because they do not say anything every time they abstain. That was just the superstitious thinking. And under ventilations here, I also bring about the afflictions and challenges caused by agents of powerful revolutions, that we always feel that we are being left behind as industries of work, as institutions of higher learning, as societies. We do not see the elevation and embrace of Black or African revolution. What really happened to the Black Revolution? The questions of concern are, why are we here? The emergence of the first, second, third, and now the most palpable and disruptive fourth IR. Who declares that the third IR has ended? And now also thinking at the back of my mind, can we learn lessons? Can we really say that it's the end of the revolution for the ANC as a revolutionary party, given what is happening? I need to mention that this is not structured in any way. This is done to stimulate a conversation of transforming real transformation that is needed. Yesterday we were also challenged that, are we transforming the right things? Are we really transforming the right things? Now, tapping into the intelligence of our ancestors, this is a conceptual framing of Credo Mutwa as a framework of human liberation. And Credo Mutwa is the main contribution for this paper. This is how Credo Mutwa stimulated an African revolution and renaissance. In 1964, in his seminal book, Indaba, My Children, he said, one day our descendants will want to know something about their own native heritage in Africa. They will want to bring about a Bantu renaissance. He said it has happened to many races. This is unavoidable. This is self-discovery that we need to achieve, and it shall happen to us as well. And he also said, oh, fellow Africans, and much sooner than we think. Hence, this epigraph is so pertinent and relevant today. He also asked, what is there for the modern African to look back upon if the French Revolution, the Industrial Revolution, the Russian Revolution, and the American War of Independence mean absolutely nothing to the African as far as his heritage is concerned? What else is there that will mean anything to him? Can he find these things in a library? Now we are talking about digital libraries. Going further, tapping into his intelligence, naming and coining this as ancestral algorithms. Algorithms, we learn in AI that this is a set of rules that inform how a machine should operate. And we find that in Credo Mutwa, he also had these algorithms. And African people of spirituality, we also have ancestral algorithms that we must tap into. That will give us a set of rules as to whether you must turn right or you must turn left. So the threats and promises of foreign revolutions were already stated by Baba Credo Mutwa. The calls for decolonization, Africanization, and transformation of knowledge systems in higher education are evidence of this. Other scholars like Kovach also concur that the purpose of Africanization transformation is to create space in everyday life, research, academia, and society for an indigenous perspective, without it being neglected, without this being mocked, without being dismissive of this knowledge, which is also what Mutwa once said somewhere, that history, it's something that should not be thrown away like a rotten pumpkin. History, it's something that cannot be scoffed at. History is not something that can be mocked. And in his seminal book as well, Indaba, My Children, he says that the reason why the strange ones, here referring to Eurocentric knowledge, the reason why this knowledge has repeatedly made ridiculous mistakes in the South, in Africa, and is that it's because of the black man has consistently been too scared, too reserved to explain himself clearly. This is what Mutwa says about why are we where we are. We have not been able to clearly dispel or explain what we want. In my argumentation, I also argue that the fact that the black man has consistently been too scared, according to what Mutwa says, and to date is still very frightened to elevate her existence or his existence. This is a disengaged mode of epistemic disobedience in which we suicidally engage in epistemicide. Louis Gordon also in his recent book, Fear of Black Consciousness, says that the zone of being scared or too reserved implies that one would still face the oppression of the dominant revolutions that are rife, and that another reason could also be a revelation of a feared truth of black empowerment. In this case, we see two contrasting issues where there is a fear, you feel reserved, and you also feel that this information is suspicious about elevating an African revolution where there is a fear of black consciousness rising. And on another contrast, there is also this fear or feeling scared or feeling too reserved, implying that you will subjectively or constantly be subjected to the oppression that you face in your locus of initiation or in your locus of existence, in your workplace, at home, or as a society at large. It is my contention that being too scared and too reserved
as espoused by Credo Mutwa, explains why we are where we are. That is, the question is based on the timelines that constantly prove that the marginalized knowledges here in indigenous epistemologies of the Global South are always overpowered by knowledges derived from the Global North. I argue as well that being too scared, too suspicious, or even too reserved to promote an African revolutionary state or space can have several meanings in higher education. This can have feelings of being ashamed of one's culture and African beingness. What will people say when one promotes a scholarship that has complexities that have been painted as barbaric and backward, like what we were alluding to earlier on in the first session of superstitious thinking? What Mutwa said in 1964 would have been thought as superstitious thinking, but it is evident today. To us, it is scientific thinking. And others also referring to indigenous knowledge as something that is the obvious. It is not as important. And also exploring this further, that if you want to forge ahead in the space of embracing indigenous epistemologies, you will be asked, perhaps try to tease us first and see where are you going with this project of yours. That's signs of being too scared, signs of being too suspicious of that which you need to promote. And then you reserve and coil yourself backward. I also argue that the reserved mode is observed when also it is easier for us to accept and approve developments that emerge elsewhere, specifically in the North, which is particularly what we are doing now with the fourth industrial revolution. Well and good, but are we transforming the right things? Again, using real-life African experiences for the transformation of scholarship, I highlight Eurocentric mistakes as mentioned by Mutwa, as symbolic posturing of developments of the recent inauguration of the Zulu monarch, King Misizulu Kazwelithini, where the Anglican Church rituals were performed on the king. The act of the ritual attracted myriad contestations, claiming that the king's handing over ceremony amounts to an attempt at recolonization. Now, this concept of recolonization is not a new phenomenon. It was also raised by Ali Mazrui in 1993, who said foreseeably that the recolonization of the future will not be based on the white man's burden or Lion of Judah. It may instead be shared on as a shared human burden. Mazrui, now like Mutwa, is very instinctive here in his writings that compel an African revolution and black existentialism. Mazrui's analogy of recolonization, when used with what appears as contestations of the Anglican rituals performed on the Zulu monarch's coronation, do in some angles inform us that Africans will continue to have a burden when the Judeo-Christian faiths encroach on their African traditional religions and Zulu culture. Now, Mutwa, in his seminal book, Indaba My Children, responds to what should have happened. He says that a chief crowned by strict rules or strict laws of our ancestors would command our loyalty and respect much more than an American educated president. In other words, I think Mutwa here is telling us that the performances or rituals that we would have witnessed on that day were supposed to embrace and elevate the Zulu traditional culture. And the global North were supposed to learn from this. But yes, that's what Mutwa said. Again, going forward, using real-life African experiences for the transformation of scholarship, the question of why are we where we are, discussing these matters, remains pertinent and relevant for the future. And I say also in the context of my paper, the disjuncture performed at that coronation engages a need for institutions of higher learning, to engage with traditional authorities in intellectual decolonization. And I think this also relates to what Dr. Babalwa said about ukuhlambululwa, intellectual cleansing. How do we engage with our traditional authorities so that we don't see these contestations? Mamdani espouses that when a scholar or an academic engages with organic or public intellectuals, there is social cohesion. This is something that has been instrumental at the College of Graduate Studies, where we honor the knowledge of Baba Credo Motwa, and we engage as the academy with our organic or public intellectuals to see how we can forge ahead in transformative spaces for indigenous knowledge systems. So we also say in this indabas that we run at the College of Graduation that more work that is free from fear of Black consciousness needs to bring a revolution, and these revolutions need to ascend. Now, using real-life African experiences, now in the context of national discourses and scholarship as well, the question of why are we where we are, based on the lack of scholarship, was also raised a few weeks ago in Current Affairs, where Andile Mqitama, the leader of the Black First Land First, lambasted the lack of transformation in the schooling sector. He blamed this lack of diversity, that the lack of not forging ahead, the lack of not seeing justice is because of we do not start with the Black child. We do not start with the victimized. And we will also remember, colleagues, that Mcebo Dlamini as well, a victim of exclusion in the academy, excluded for not being too scared, excluded for not being too reserved, for not being suspicious. Also says, or writes, that in South Africa, Black people have to work hard to be integrated in a system that was meant to exclude them. And once in the system, they have to ensure they do not offend those who control the system. This is as pertinent today, and Mcebo Dlamini remains excluded by the institutions of higher learning because of he was exemplary. He expressed what Motwa says we must do. We must tell the whole world what we like, what we don't like. We must tell the whole world what we are. We must dig deep what is hidden in our villages, in our townships. We must increase that African scholarship. So because of that, he was excluded. I argue applying Motwa's framework of liberation, of reasoning, in a place of African justice that validates that those who exclude others are sellouts. Those who are selling out sell the knowledge that is emanating from the strange ones, which is Eurocentric knowledge. This is what Motwa says. This is what Motwa alluded to in 1964, that if you exclude others, consider yourself a sellout. Now, Mqitima also attests that it is the experiences of the victimized that must be attended to. That westernization or whiteness has not adequately come to the fore or raised its hands to say that it has benefited from dominant revolutions. Who is benefiting more from these revolutions? Who is benefiting more from this fourth industrial revolution? And who is struggling less and who is struggling more? With this acknowledgement of Mqitima, who posits that westernization must come up with a plan for reparations, perhaps we need to restart and re-interrogate, re-question ourselves, rethink that, do we need a social upheaval? Why are we where we are? Motwa reiterates, he says, we are in this current timeline. We are where we are, challenged by every revolution after revolution, because the troubles seen in Africa today, the unnecessary death and suffering for which the agitators and communists are conveniently blamed, have origin in one thing only: ignorance. The ignorance of our ancestors. Motwa is very explicit about this, here advancing that we are in this rude awakening as a people, as a nation, and as institutions of higher learning because of the ill-conceived superiority and arrogance that was assumed post-1994. Some of us, we still have that arrogance. And Motwa says we need to remember our African ways of doing things, our African ways of knowing, and refrain from ignoring our forefathers. He also goes further that it is entrenched as colonial powers of Africa, if they continue, this will continue to cause much bloodshed and suffering in Africa in the near future. Something that we see today, we even have terms that we coin as GBV because of this, what Motwa alluded to in 1964. Put simply, by avoiding the core principles of Ubuntu philosophy and its principle as espoused by Professor Ramose, that motho ke motho ka batho ba bang. And if we pause a bit, can we imagine a michini ka ba michini because of their competition, competing that, oh, this device is going out now, this one. And in a country with so much, with a huge gap of inequality, of unemployment, poverty, and what else? Unemployment and inequalities, yes. Can you imagine the smart devices, the devices that we all need to propel and use, and the human resource, the human capital, the human being, the person that is left behind in this gap who is unemployed? How about we nudge, how about we impose that intelligence in the human brain? That's a challenge that we need to think about. That's the choice that we need maybe to take as Africa, as South Africa. And also Ramose alluding to or concurring with Motwa not to ignore our ancestors, says that the community at large is also relevant in this, in conforming to not ignore their ancestors. So in the context of my paper, it means that the current situations of unnecessary strife, continuous suffering and deaths are implications that depict the existing dismemberment and erosion of African epistemologies from institutions of learning, because universities have failed to do much, if anything, to change the curriculum since the demise of apartheid. That's what her letter said. And putting this in the context again of scholarship, fourth IR revolution, Baloyi also found that most of the graduates during the third industrial revolution lacked the necessary skills to function fully in the economy of their country. In this regard, students require extensive skills to function optimally in the fourth IR revolution. Meyer et al. Reported that managers also have good understanding of the need to upskill and reskill during the fourth industrial revolution. Here we see two studies that were done, one pertaining to students and one pertaining to people who are at managerial or operational level. Those who are at operational level, they feel like they can reskill and upskill themselves. But those who are at the learning and teaching center feel that they have challenges, and to augment or to lessen this, we need to do more as a society or as institutions of higher learning. So these challenges are incited by fourth industrial revolution as the biggest disruptor, encourage a mode of rethinking, remembering, and relearning processes that increase local and marginalized scholarship, as espoused by Thandika Mkandawiri, who said that the catch-up mode of proceeding with the demands of the competitive global world is fraught with all kinds of risks. And these are some of the risks that we will face, some of the findings that Baloyi is alluding to here. And also, if I can also match this with what Sizwe Mpofu Walsh said in his recent book, The New Apartheid, he said that in South Africa, we have entered the age of techno-capital. And then he said this age of techno-capital, the black people still risk becoming the hewers of code and the drawers of data. This is a phenomenon that is a true reality of black people as drawers of data. Now coming to our Einstein Credo Mutwa's formula of self-discovery plus breaking the oath, it's equivalent of African Renaissance and Black Revolution. By breaking the oath here, as I explain in my study, I say it is a posture of being unprotest-like. You don't toy in this posture. My observation is that this is a muted, unprotest-like state and posture, which is implicit, and it immerses itself in African spiritual metaphysical lens, which is similar to what Credo Mutwa does. And in finality, I will just say in conclusion that the journey to unravel this, the journey to unravel why are we where we are, must continue. It cannot stop here. And then we need to return to the center, to the soulful self. That's what Credo Mutwa says, and reject the robot-like world. Take what works for us. When you know yourself, knowledge of self, nothing will scare you. Applying to break the oath as independent thought and transformation repeatedly, because Credo Mutwa refers to us that the reason why the strange ones, the reason why Eurocentric knowledge has continued to repeatedly make mistakes is because of we are quiet, is because of we are too scared, is because of we are too reserved. So in counter-hegemony, we need to break the oath and we need to practice independent transformation repeatedly, and that the implications of not doing that will continually subject us by these dominating revolutions encroaching on the African Revolution and African Renaissance. Other implications that this paper has for institutions of higher learning are questions that we can also interrogate ourselves. Are they willing to change? How are we demonstrating the change? For African scholars, are we too scared? For how long? For non-indigenous scholars, which is something that Mqitama says, whiteness has not raised its hands and commented as to how it will assist, and commented as to how it has received, how it has gained, how it has benefited from these industrial revolutions. So, is Eurocentric knowledge, are the strange ones still continuing or going to repeat the same mistakes continually? I'll take this pause there. Thank you, Kalebo.
I think she deserves another big round of applause. Thank you for the rude awakening, Dr. Hope. I think even when we were asleep, this is one of the kind of the things that we need to wake up. What she was saying was just reminding me of people who are always wanting to be on the fence, not wanting to be known where they fall. They always become green when it is greener, and they become dark when it is darker. Sometimes I always say it looks like black consciousness has become a brand for some people, not the real and actual life. Without wasting more time, allow me to ask the next speaker. Just put your questions somewhere on a paper there. We are going to discussions after all our speakers, like we agreed. We have Dr. Bear Anemi, and then we're gonna learn a lot about the syllabus design of opera and choral music at UNISA as a report. And she sneaked out. Or else, can I take someone in the next one, then she will come back? Yeah, I think that will be the wise move for our time. The next one is Dr. Malikutu Bopape. Infrastructure for 1R and the university transformation, implications for new normal post-COVID-19. Can we receive him with a round of applause, please?
Oh, there she is. Can I proceed?
Oh.
Should I proceed?
No, you can proceed.
Okay.
You are the next, but then we put him. You take his after him.
All right, thank you, Program Director. Is it morning? Oh, yeah, good afternoon, colleagues. Yeah, this is the topic, as you can see, is infrastructure, fourth industrial revolution and university transformation implication for new normal. This is basically a conceptual paper written before the discussion that we had in the morning. And earlier I was talking to my colleague, Professor Grace Kunon, say, maybe I can just come in here and say, Kelakaleo, and then go and sit down. Because we have said almost everything that I wanted to say. This is how I've structured the presentation, colleagues. The background, but I want to briefly share with the colleagues the research concepts. There are 3 research concepts in the paper, and then talk briefly around infrastructure, fourth industrial revolution, and university transformation briefly, and say all these things are linked into what I call higher education ecosystem. And I'm of the view that the reason we are unable to deal with all these social changes within this sector is because of our inability to understand higher education as part and parcel of an ecosystem. COVID pandemic interfered with that ecosystem, and the reaction that was generated by that impacted on all other systems or elements of the system, and we are unable to look at the interconnectedness of those systems. I'll then, towards the end, propose Paraxis post-COVID and provide a new normal framework of some sort. As I indicated, the purpose really is to explore the impact of COVID on infrastructure, for the Industrial Revolution, and the whole notion of transformation. Basically, it is to interrogate how universities in the developing countries are readjusting and repositioning themselves towards online teaching, remote working, utilization of facilities, and the use of technology. How these have impacted on the university's operation with regard to teaching, learning, research, community engagement, student support, and administration. And you can see already the ecosystem that I've talked about. According to Professor Paul Selese, universities in Africa were among the most affected and least able to manage the multi-pronged crisis because of their pre-existing capacity challenges that centered on what we call 10 dimensions: institutional supply, financial resources, human capital, research output, physical and technological infrastructure, leadership governance, academic cultures, quality of graduate, patterns of internationalization, and global ranking. Colleagues, already you can see the ecosystem that I'm talking about. Unless you understand the higher education as this ecosystem, you are never going to deal with the challenge of COVID and the fourth industrial revolution. Catastrophes such as COVID produce a rippling effect into the ecosystem. As one element adjusts to the stimulus, the other within the system respond until the system itself reach equilibrium. According to Professor Salim Badan, and I somehow agree with based on what Dr. Hoppe was talking about, it is not true that what has come to be associated with fourth industrial revolution or COVID is inevitable. and will strip universities and South Africa. We are not entirely at the mercy of big social and technological forces. We have agency as human beings, and we have always alternative ways to deal with the matter. I think I'm pushing this so that when I discuss further, we are aware that indeed we have agency, and we can't be victim of social forces within ourselves. Briefly, Program Director, let me share with you my own understanding of the three concepts that are key to this paper. But I want to share with colleagues the fact that concepts are lenses through which researchers construct and reveal reality. Epistemology frames what we are capable of knowing, and methodology describes how we would tackle with the reality to know, while ontology deals with what and in what way we assume exists. According to Badat, concepts are tools to interpret reality, and hence understanding reveal what is at stake. If they are deployed correctly, they can assist in our understanding. But if we miss this particular instant, deployed carefully, the concept can powerfully eliminate social questions, but handled sloppily, they obfuscate important social issues. Depending on how they are used, concept can help to reproduce and maintain society and all the other things that we have. I'm doing so because, indeed, the manner in which I'm talking about infrastructure, and this is interesting based on what Professor Ntabisile Mutseme said this morning. Indeed, when she came into this building, known as Winnie Madikizela Mandela, she was struck by a very big picture of our former president, Thabo Mbeki, at the gate. Coming into this place, she saw a towering figure of President Mandela. And just next door, we have a hall or a facility called ZK Matthews. Down the road into the third floor, we have Miriam Makeba Hall. In this case, I'm talking about infrastructure, I'm talking about buildings and facilities, bricks and mortar. But I want us to conceptualize infrastructure as spaces where learning is taking place, where we interact with one another. COVID taught us that. We don't need this bricks and mortar to continue to operate and to continue to interact with one another. So in this context, therefore, infrastructure will refer to space or social space, or what I can call academic space, space for interaction where real transformation takes place. For me, I'm not an expert in fourth industrial revolution, but my understanding is that we're talking about digital technology, we're talking about gadgets, data, internet, big data, artificial intelligence, machine learning. For me, it is our ability to utilize all these technologies in order to understand, to have a holistic understanding of our customer, so that we are able to craft a service that will be suitable to the particular individual. And as Dr. Koppe said, we might fall into the trap of relying on that particular thing and ignore our humanity. For me, university transformation is multi-layered and multi-dimensional, and it's an ongoing process which seeks to achieve substantive or radical or revolutionary social, cultural, and cognitive change. That will be my base discussion. Indeed, as I've already indicated, by infrastructure, I'm referring to buildings and facilities, but I want to move beyond that into a space, a social space, and an academic space. Buildings, as I think Professor Mutseme said, buildings must be decolonized. And that's the reason why I think she spoke about that, because she was of the view that we are not conscious of the value that we attach to these buildings. Intellectual life can depend, as Achille Mbebe said, intellectual life can be dependent on the sort of buildings in which conversation takes place. Apartheid architecture, which prevails in most of our higher learning institutions, is not conducive to breathing. We all agree. We need to rename our buildings. Initially, it seems like the Department of Higher Education was not interested in funding universities to develop or to build new facilities. And that's why I think in 2012, there was no system or structure to fund universities, despite the fact that there was a huge and rapid expansion of universities then, but the department did not have the resources to fund those buildings. COVID told us that we do not rely on infrastructure in terms of building the facilities, but we need digital infrastructure in order to continue to deliver service. As we moving from infrastructure as building a facility into space, space is conceived only as an object in transformation. It is a thing devoid of agency. Space as either physical space or an abstract space to be filled in. This is always problematic because indeed, the conceptualization of space as a social product and a co-producer of social allow our understanding of the lived experience of the everyday, which is grounded in empirical. Infrastructure as socio-academic space is comprised of social being intent on pursuing academic excellence, so say Ndate Phahla. Therefore, when you think about a social academic space in historical advantage institution, you know that is a space which is not plural, a space which is alienating, a space that does not accept the other. Because of the fact that this is how it has been conceptualized. My limited understanding, colleagues of Fourth Industrial Revolution, Professor Paul Zalesa is of the view that for African universities to really move into that space, there are 4 points or 12 agenda points that he proposed for digital transformation, which is institutional culture, very important because you need to change how you do things, rethinking capital expenditure, developing online design competencies, technology-mediated modalities, embracing pedagogical change in terms of curricula, developing a holistic and innovative curricula, supporting the whole student because the student feel alienated and not part and parcel of the university, developing effective policies for intervention. Universities must seriously consider safeguarding data protection, and the university must focus on dealing with international students, develop meaningful partnership in order to deliver, and finally anchoring research and innovation into technological infrastructure. If we agree that if we talk about for the Industrial Revolution and we talk about digital transformation, these are some of the things that we need to consider. You can already see the ecosystem within higher education and what you need to do in order to really start with the so-called technology transformation. Again, my limited understanding of what industrial is around, it is basically an application of scientific and other organized knowledge to practical tasks by organization, which consists of people and machine. The purpose of adopting online learning is really to provide accessibility and quality of learning at the minimum cost. I'm not talking about human cost that Ntate Tleane spoke about, I'm talking about in monetary fund, and you can see we are already falling into that capitalistic mode. But I think what is crucial is the fact that you need social presence, which refers to the ability of the student to project themselves within the context of Fourth Industrial Revolution. Scholars are of the view that in order to mediate educationally within the higher education space, you need what is called community of inquiry, which consists of a model around interaction of 3 essential elements: cognitive, teaching presence, and social presence. But we must be conscious of what Dr. Hoppe spoke about, which is around, for the Industrial Revolution, decolonization and humanization. And I think she spoke eloquently around how, if we are not careful, we might fall into the trap of accepting something that will end up dehumanizing who we are. And in this regard, I think colleagues are talking about it, because if we are not careful, the whole project of decolonization can be eliminated out of the debate, and then we focus on Fourth Industrial Revolution and ignore the revolutionary change that we are looking for, as the previous speaker spoke about. But also she spoke about the potential of fourth industrial revolution to reproduce and perpetuate inequality. I don't need to dwell on that because I think she did so. What is important, colleagues, is the fact that we normally talk about fourth industrial revolution and emphasize discontinuities and underestimate continuities. Indeed, fourth industrial revolution brought about changes, but what about the fact that it is those that have privilege in the past that continue to benefit from fourth industrial revolution, which is the continuity that we are not talking about, because universities have never engaged with this inequality that unfortunately they continue to reproduce within the sector itself. Maybe let me then talk about my own understanding of what transformation is, and I accept what Dr. Babalwa said. This is a very controversial subject, but for me, colleagues, transformation is to be understood as a comprehensive, deep-rooted and ongoing social process which seeks to achieve fundamental reconstitution and development. It is about the elimination of unfair discrimination and simultaneously designating a range of social, economic, cultural, political conditions within the university itself. You eliminate them, but then you establish, you institutionalize those that are relevant within the system itself. That, to me, is what transformation will be. Let's talk about the higher education ecosystem that I've been talking about. At this university, we have identified 8 areas. If you really want to transform, you have to transform these 8 areas. I've deliberately decided to add the 9th area, which is ICT and digital transformation. We are of the view at this university that if you really want to transform, you need to follow all the 8 dimensions that they are. As I said, it is multi-layered and it's multi-dimensional. You can't miss it. If you don't take into account the dimensions and the layer, you are really going to miss it. It is about understanding who your staff are, how you develop them, and what is their views relating to the space that they are working in. It is about the students' equity, how you develop them, and the success that you get. It is about how you socialize your students within your sector, not reframing them, but how you socialize them, taking into account where they are coming from. It's around knowledge, epistemology, curriculum, language, and everything else about governance, about institutional culture, it's about funding, it's about infrastructure, it's about digitalization in the higher sector. COVID affected everything here, unless you understand that in order to tackle COVID and fourth industrial revolution, you have to go through all the 8. I'm of the view you will end up missing the core of what you need to do. The sad part about it is that higher education and the understanding of this higher education ecosystem is operating within the neoliberal framework. We have talked about it, which has a huge impact on the student access and success. Structural inequality are appearing. We are unable to deal with it because we are relying on the neoliberal agenda. COVID has highlighted the issues that we need to do, but as indicated there, we have to reflect on transformation, not only of teaching and learning, which is our focus most of the time, but also on institutional structures and the process as a whole. Reimagining the higher education sector post-COVID, we can create a creative and flexible pedagogies, but in doing so, we have to understand that universities themselves were not normal before COVID. They were abnormal. And unfortunately, universities never dealt with inequalities that is located within the 9 dimensions that I've highlighted. Earlier I was speaking to Prof. Grace Kuno, or earlier Dr. Babalwa spoke about how universities are full of so-called fixed-term contracts. I've checked statistics, Doc. 60% of academics within the sector are fixed-term contract, while 40% are permanent. Universities have never dealt with inequalities here. And how then do you hope they will be able to deal with inequality as they begin to rebuild themselves in terms of all the other things? What am I proposing, colleagues? I'm saying we need an honest engagement, an acknowledgement that COVID has created new conjunctural condition, but that the unequal and structural element of the society will continue. Our universities continue to reproduce inequality. They have not been able to achieve the mandate as given to it by the Higher Education Act, the white paper, and everything else. We have to accept that higher education continue to be a powerful mechanism of unequal form of social reproduction and exclusion, and that, as I indicated, higher education institutions are basically not the right media, and that's an honest acknowledgement that we have to make. What then do we need to do? We need to really look at our leadership. We need new leaders who are technologically savvy, who will understand and begin to redefine their institutions' value propositions, who will then be able to change the business model. Because COVID said we have to change the business model. 3, we need leaders who are conscious of social justice issues. We need leaders, or we need to adopt a holistic approach to dealing with it, which will be around thinking about appropriate resources and infrastructure, capacitating everybody within the sector, ensuring that we have qualified personnel. We have to reskill both students and staff. We have to restructure our policies. We have to develop course material. And finally, this is my suggestion. I'm of the view that in order to move into the new era, we have to interrogate the experience of everybody within the sector, to understand who they are, what is their living and learning experience, and how can we assist them in order to cope with what is prevailing. We need to center knowledge into what we do. I'm not only talking about knowledge, but knowledge, epistemology, scholarship, and curricula, because all of us have been taught somewhere else. Earlier, I think we spoke about, we need to change the curriculum of what is being taught at high school. That's what we're saying here. All of us, whether you are a sociologist, an African language, the curriculum, something that you have been taught, must change so that we begin to understand who we are. We need to rethink leadership, governance, and management. We need leaders who will be empathetic, who will be concerned about well-being of staff and students. We need to really deal with institutional culture, because that's the culture that will drive us to change in order to change the business model of our universities. We need resources, by the way, resources to be able to deliver on our mandate. Thank you, Program Director.
If I was a good person to speak good English, I would simply say, wow. Sometimes we just need to situate ourselves to understand who we are and where we are going with these things. But before that, we will always be talking. But now we are getting there. Without wasting time, please hold it there. Park the bus. We will get there, don't worry, where we will be talking and exchanging. But for the sake of time, if you look at our watches, I'll be running very quick. Our next speaker, who was supposed to have been the previous speaker, but now she's our next speaker, is Dr. Bear Animi. And please, she's coming to talk to us about the syllabus design of opera and choral music at UNISA as a report. Can we receive her with a very big round of applause, please?
My name is Anamistimi Bear. I stand on land where my ancestors, the Voortrekkers, spilled the blood of the Ama-Ndebele and other ethnic groups prior to settling. I embody white privilege. I hold a bachelor's degree in music from the University of Pretoria and 2 postgraduate degrees, a master's and PhD in musicology from the University of Stellenbosch. To counter the reputation of these former white institutions, I prefer to play up the ways in which my musical training is tied to this institution, the University of South Africa. I have moved through UNISA's renowned music-graded examination system since I started learning to play the piano at the age of 8. And while still at high school, I participated in the National Music Bursary Competition after having completed the grade 8 flute music examination with distinction. 2 years later, as a first-year music student, I participated again after having achieved the same results for the piano examinations. In my final year, I completed the teacher's licentiate in piano, and another 2 years later, the performer's licentiate, for which I again was invited to participate in the bursary competition. The stage for these accomplishments is the prestigious one right next door in this very building. The model for UNISA's graded music examinations was taken from London. The history of music education in South Africa and this institution is colonial. A decade ago, I joined UNISA's staff on a fixed term, which soon was turned into a permanent appointment. And 2 years ago, I was promoted to senior lecturer. I teach Western art music in history and society. My position is problematic. The coloniality of my musical cultural capital mirrors that of most qualified and recognized music educators in the country. It is a coloniality biased toward Western musical frameworks for professional legitimacy. My profile as music lecturer sets me up for perpetuating coloniality. If this institution is serious about decoloniality, and we have every reason to believe that it is, it follows that my position must be precarious. Decoloniality haunts me as researcher and educator in music studies. In our Codal context, questions of decoloniality extend to an awareness of technology's inclination to carry Western values. Questions for me thus revolve around ways in which music education in digital contexts can actively de-link from colonial epistemologies. What I present here is more than the report to which the title to my paper lays claim. It is a music educator's emerging manifesto for decolonizing the teaching of Western art music in history and society. In 2016, against the backdrop of the Fallist movement, the music section of the Department of Art and Music initiated a recurriculation of the Bachelor of Music degree. The program comprises 2 streams. The CST stream focuses on composition studies. They are, in simple terms, the musically technical modules. And they cover an array of genres, with focuses on Western art music, African music, jazz, and popular music styles. The stream also includes modules on music technology and sound production. The second stream of modules have MHS codes, music in history and society. The stream mirrors the focus of the CST modules in that they cover fields of Western art music, African music, jazz, and popular music. It also supplements the CST technology modules with a module on music business. BMUS students must complete all modules in both streams. But the MHS stream is also available to Bachelor of Arts students who want to major in music studies. The stream thus serves students whose technical music literacy levels vary from rudimentary to competent. The overall design of the curriculum aims at transforming music education on several levels. It counters the dominance of Western art music, a prominent critique of music curricula globally, by expanding the reach of musical skills and knowledge to other genres. And it diversifies the mode of skills and knowledge from pure musical ones to include others in technology and entrepreneurship. One aspect worth acknowledging at this point is that diversifying does not translate seamlessly into transformation. A comprehensive and systematic reflection on the strengths and weaknesses of the new curriculum is pending. But the outline of its structure here contextualized the report on a single module, MHS 3714, opera and choral music. Opera and choral music was originally envisioned as a kind of capstone module in a series of 4 modules that surveys the chronological development of music in the Western world, from ancient Greece through to contemporary times. I received the module form for opera and choral music, which capture its conceptual design, with a brief to develop lessons on the topics listed in the syllabus outline. The 2019 version of the module form reflected the ways in which the module was supposed to recapitulate the survey of the history of Western music. It revisited these genres in their 18th, 19th, and 20th century European and American contexts in more detail. Writing study material for this design would have been simple compared to the direction it ended up taking, because the resources for such a conventional history are plenty. But I felt uncomfortable about the design. I wondered whether it was necessary to rehash content that has already been covered over the course of 3 years. And how could I develop the content for this module in a way that would promote transformation? If I were to strictly follow the syllabus outline on the module form, would it be possible to develop content without keeping the course locked in a primarily Western framework, and this at an African institution intent on its program of Africanization? Also, and this is important, why continue to rehash a history of opera and choral music in a way that keeps them elsewhere, in Europe, the United States, when these very genres have such rich and beautiful expressions right here in our own country on home soil? My sense was that a module on opera and choral music offers a unique opportunity to open the narrative on the history of Western art music to directly engaged questions around transformation and decolonization. But the problem was that the resources for the kind of material I wanted were scarce. There are no educational textbooks to either use or to serve as templates for the design, and few scholarly monographs existed to inform the subject matter. And what made matters worse was the fact that I am not an opera scholar. But since the beginning of my postgraduate years, I've witnessed the burgeoning of opera studies in South Africa, and I've seen its scholars consolidate into the Black Opera Research Network. An important research output that preceded the formation of this network is Naomi Andre's book on Black opera, which asks the question, and I quote, "How can a genre that resisted the participation of Black people tell us anything about the past or the present in the context of such strong cultures of white supremacy?" End of quote. Naturally, this book strongly influenced the design of the module. I also happen to have research connections with several members of the network, including Hilde Roos and Juliana Pastorius, who have done pioneer work on the Yoan Group. The solution to my dilemma was found in networking and collaboration. The department appointed specialist researchers to write study material. Juliana Pastorius wrote 3 of the 5 lessons, David Smith wrote material on choralism in South Africa, and I contributed 1 lesson. My network is conspicuously white. But the end product nevertheless does us proud. The first lesson introduces debates about the status and relevance of opera as a genre in the 20th and 21st century. As early as the 19th century, Richard Wagner, the megalomaniac creator of the Gesamtkunstwerk, announced the death of opera. In 1935, against the backdrop of Hitler's rise in power in Europe, George Gershwin, a Jew in the United States, defied Wagner by staging his opera Porgy and Bess. It was one of the earliest operas known to history that was composed for an all-black cast to tell an African-American story. Porgy and Bess brings opera and jazz together. Historically and crudely, opera has been associated with notions of whiteness, while jazz evokes impressions of blackness. The history of opera continued in the 20th century, despite many assertions of its demise. Just 3 years ago, Anthony Davis, an African-American opera composer, responded in an interview to the purported death of opera as follows, and I quote, "No, no, no. Just because you white guys are done with it, we're not done, because our stories have not been told, so forget that," end of quote. The second lesson puts us at the historical fount of colonialism, 19th century missionary schools in South Africa, where black converts to Christianity learned Western hymnody in congregational settings and were trained musically using the tonic solfa system. Western music notation was, of course, considered too advanced. We consider the historical, social, and political complexities of the early 20th century that surround Ruben Kaluza's song, Lusapho Lwaze Africa. The song responds to the Land Act of 1913, the first major piece of segregation legislation to be passed by the Union government. The lesson is provocative in the way that it presents the polemics of black choralism during and after apartheid. It does not tiptoe around the internal discontents of local communities vis-à-vis the black middle-class intelligentsia who gathered around this tradition. And difficult questions are asked about the politics of repertoire and about interracial collaboration, construed by many as colonial pandering. At the same time, we deliberately but cautiously highlight post-apartheid Simonier moments when we look at the nation-building mass choir festivals in Soweto, the legacy of Ladysmith Black Mambazo, and Shosholoza. The lesson finally casts the country's vibrant choralism as the seedbed for introducing operatic repertoire to communities and for producing some of the most successful music vocalists who have gone on to having careers as opera performers, such as Pretty Yende. The third lesson paints a picture of white opera life in South Africa during the apartheid years. Attention is paid to the activities of several white government institutions that promoted an opera culture in South Africa. These include the Performing Arts Councils, the State Theatre in Pretoria, and the Nico Milan Theatre in Cape Town, today known as the Artscape. A case study of the Yoan Group fractures the narrative of the hegemony of whiteness during apartheid, but raises complicated questions on complicity and compromise. The Yoan Group was an opera company that comprised members from the Cape Coloured community. The final two lessons offer case studies to guide our inquiry into opera in the context of a democratic South Africa. Lesson 4 considers modern productions of canonic works, such as the filmed production of an Africanized plot of Bizet's Carmen, with its text translated into isiXhosa. The fifth lesson introduces newly composed works, Mzilikazi Kumala's opera on the life of Princess Magogo Kadinizulu, and Cape Town Opera's Mandela Trilogy. We ask whether one can talk about a new genre called African opera, and what such a label could mean socio-politically, intellectually, philosophically, and in practice. The module's content is now in place, and its objective toward decolonization asserted. However, the design's syllabus outline and developed content provide only the scaffolding for decolonizing the curriculum. Its objective must now be pedagogically implemented and tested, so that it can be adjusted and revised when it is found wanting. It will be found wanting. Not only is there a discomfort at the whiteness of those who developed the module, there is also concern that the content is already outdated. Of course, the latest research will be included in the reading lists that are updated annually, but the challenge is to keep the teaching current and relevant, on par with what is happening both in practice and in research. The instinctive assumption spawned in the traditional teaching environment of my training is that the lecturer must bear the burden. A pedagogical approach, however, that speaks to this concern in digital learning environments is connectivism. In its early iterations during the first decade of the 21st century, connectivism emphasized the half-life of knowledge, which refers to knowledge being measured in months and years, where earlier it was measured in decades. Knowledge and learning have become hyperdynamic. The theory proposes that knowledge now resides in networks, and learning refers to the ability to access those networks and navigate their connections. Thus, when translated into a methodology of learning, connectivism becomes a model of network formation rather than a module of knowledge acquisition. Shifting the focus from content to the importance of networks in learning replaces the instructor's task of imparting knowledge with one of guiding listeners to discover and navigate existing networks. Connectivism effectively breaks the educator's control on content and transforms teachers and students into autonomous lifelong learners. It ties them together in a project of co-creating knowledge, using everyone's individual place in the network as point of departure. Gumbo describes ways in which online learning brings students of diverse cultures together to discuss, debate, interact, and experience learning. And he observes that this approach resonates with African traditions of collective engagement, experiential learning, demonstration, and orality. It is here that connectivism and decoloniality partner in pointing the way forward for decolonizing music studies in a digital world. In the context of my module, this means that my task as instructor is to help students orient themselves in relation to the topic. In Lesson 1, we do this in a discourse around whiteness and blackness, and in Lesson 2, through students' reflections on their unique music training backgrounds, some immersed in classical music, many in jazz and popular music, and several in tonic solfa. The productive challenge is for teachers and students, now on equal terms as lifelong learners, to then find their ways to each other. Departing from authentic positions of individual experiences and knowledge, we must learn how to access and navigate the knowledge networks around opera and choral studies to find points of connection with the musical worlds of peers. This is not a naive utopian exercise. Learners are not expected to resolve differences and exit the course having established peace and harmony. It is nevertheless an exercise in responsible citizenship, in contributing to knowledge by exploring our own worlds and engaging those of others through networks. In some cases, as was the case with this module, the instructor may need to create networks. I did this by co-opting researchers to write study material and by inserting myself into the Black Opera Research Network. Students access this network when they register for the module and navigate it as the semester progresses. These networks must expand if the module content is to meet the criteria of being knowledge. Expansion, in my opinion, must result from effective assessment designs that inspire engaged assessment participation. In other words, designs that encourage students to explore and discover unknown territories. Another way to expand networks, I suggest, is through open educational resources. Few, if any, OERs are available for the module that I have developed, but this is not a drawback. I have the floor for doing pioneer work and an opportunity to expand the network. Why not record interviews with composers, performers, and stage directors, or make video clips of guest lectures available to students? How about partnering with lecturers at other universities who teach similar topics to pool existing educational resources and create new ones together? And would it not be great if those resources can be open for colleagues across all institutions to use in their courses? A manifesto in the making for decolonizing Western art, music, and education emerged from designing and developing the syllabus for MHS 3714 opera and choral music. This proto-manifesto, with which I close, might look as follows. Diversifying and decolonizing are not the same. Decentralized synchronic slices disrupt colonial diachronies. Curriculum and research belong together. Collaboration bridges the gap. Storytelling decolonizes the imagination. Curriculum transformation is open-ended. Teaching is colonial, learning is decolonial. Teachers and students co-create knowledge. Teachers and students are lifelong learners. Lifelong learners eschew hierarchies. Open-ended transformation entails engaged pedagogy. Thank you.
She deserved another one. But please don't give me the nickname of deserve another one. I'm just saying this because she deserved it. Oh, thank you so much. Okay. Thank you so much, Doctor, for a good presentation. I'm continuing to say, let us park it there. We have the next speaker without wasting time. According to my program here, she is Miss Busisiwe Sobahle. I hope I pronounced it very well. I'm trying, did I? No. Okay, she must teach me now. She's saying no. Busiswa. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Busiswa Sobahle. Advancing Healing in the Colonial Academy, a preliminary meditation. So let us receive her with a very warm welcome. Sorry, one last thing. I wanted to introduce something. I'm trying to negotiate with my leaders here so that I can have an award for some people who will help us to keep this time very well. So the possibility is that the one who will use time very well might get an award. It's not a promise, it's a speculation.
Let's begin with a brief practice. Find a comfortable posture. Gently close your eyes and relax your hands. Take a deep breath in, the deepest you have taken today. Exhale. You are here. Follow the rhythm of your breath. Notice in gratitude how your chest falls and rises out of love for you. You are here. Focus on your heart space. Thank your body for keeping you. Thank your spirit for sustaining you. Thank your gods for you being here. Breathing in deeply. Exhale. You may open your eyes. Thank you. Thank you. Let's indulge on some words by Lucille Clifton. Won't you celebrate with me what I have shaped into a kind of life? I had no model, born in Babylon, both non-woman and both non-white and women. What did I see to be except myself? I made it up. Here on this bridge between starshine and clay, my one hand holding tight the other. Come celebrate with me that every day something has tried to kill me and has failed. Come celebrate with me that every day something has tried to kill me and has failed. I am thankful for this moment of sharing space with those whose experiences, insights, and wisdom I can drink from. I am grateful for this opportunity because this opportunity is a gift to me. It's a gift to me because I am a rebel woman in process, responding to the tender but urgent call for our collective healing and wholeness. I am learning that the process is a creative one that demands of me a different way of translating theory and of performing research. My offering today lies within the contours of coloniality of being and healing, with the deep intention to hold reverential space for us, that we may move into conscious presence and bear witness to ourselves being here and the unconscious ways in which we collude with the colonial, patriarchal, capitalist paradigm. My name is Busiswa Sobahle, and I hold an undergraduate degree and a master's degree from Stellenbosch University, and I find truth and deep resonance with Bell Hooks' words. I came to theory because I was hurting. The pain within me was so intense that I could not go on living. I came to theory desperate, wanting to comprehend what was happening within me and around me. Most importantly, I wanted to make the pain go away. I saw in theory a location for healing. I am here trying to locate a fertile and nurturing frontier that allows me, that allows us to tend to our vulnerabilities in the academy. I am thinking about medicine for our madness, medicine for our pretense, medicine for our silences. I am thinking of the tyrannies we swallow in spaces where we are socialized to respect fear, far more than our own need to give voice to that which pains and fractures us. I share with you an entry from my personal journal dated 4th March 2021. Gratitude over the sun that never sets on me. Thankful for the courage to dive into the abyss, thereupon beyond the entrails of vulnerability, resilience, and survival. I awakened to a deepening resonance of the ineffable truths that lie beyond the unconscious field of the wound, an unfurling revelation of self beyond distortion and finitude, a boundless reckoning with the formless and void, the manifest and form, the disconnect and love. thankful that every moment has been a moment of infinite grace, of being held in light by those who would have me name my desperation to be living energy beyond shadows of death. I share this personal entry, a point in my own reckoning, a point in my own homecoming, because it is my naive belief that when we feel even the subtlest of shifts within ourselves, then something in the collective consciousness is shifting. Our conscious self-awareness has the potential to bloom into systemic change. And most importantly, I share this reckoning to draw a parallel to Nelson Maldonado's formulation of the notion of coloniality of being. Maldonado remarks how the encounter with death is not an extraordinary affair, but a constitutive feature of colonized, racialized, gendered, and sexualized subjects. Their collective experiences is marked by a threat of death in everyday life experiences. For people who live with death, marked as non-beings, their way of achieving authenticity, of awakening and connecting to their higher selves is through an encounter with their own mortality, with the desire to evade not only one's death, but that of others too. The abyss is a daunting, vast expanse of divining life from death, of alchemizing survival to alter form. The metaphor of the abyss captures the terror of our living and the generosity of a rebellious consciousness seeking to emulate its essence, the gift of its becoming, the exchange before being. In the abyss, the disembodied self, harrowed by its death, becomes alive to the knowing that her negation of death, her living death, is the desired truth of the other. At this existential impasse, there are no new pains still to be felt. We have felt them all already. The rebellious consciousness seeks to emulate its essence, to express the gifts of its being, to manifest its own creative courage, its own creative intelligence into form. I am living in the question of what does it mean to do my living, my healing, my becoming at the margins of the academy, in the fragility of liberative possibilities. How do we manifest life-supporting worlds, life-supporting cultures that are believable to us in a manifestly unfree space? How do we transmute our collective woundedness within oppressive environments? Here, I am leaning into the wisdom, into Audre Lorde's wisdom, that there are no new ideas still waiting in the wings to save us. There are only old ones and forgotten ones, new combinations, extrapolations, and recognitions from within ourselves. There are only new ways of making them felt, of examining what those ideas feel like being lived. Here, I am practicing a way into myself, into us, into the horizons that lay beyond the abyss, taking seriously the intricacies of our existence in the academy. I am poeticizing on healing as the social practice of truth-telling and the imagining of other existential iterations. I am meditating on Audre Lorde's words in Poetry is Not Luxury. I speak here of poetry as a revelatory distillation of experience, not the sterile wordplay that the white fathers distorted the word to mean in order to cover a desperate wish for imagination without insight. This is poetry as illumination, for it is through poetry that we give name to those ideas which are, until the poem, nameless and formless, about to be birthed but already felt. Poetry is not luxury. It is the vital necessity of our existence. It forms the quality of light within which we predicate our hopes and dreams towards. The furthest horizons of our hopes and fears are cobbled by our poems. And as the feelings of our fears and hopes become known and accepted by us, our honest exploration become sanctuaries and spawning grounds for the most radical and daring of ideas. Poetry is not only dream and vision, it is a bridge across the fears of what has never been before, of real resistance to the deaths we are expected to live. Audre Lorde is asking us to disarm and feel into ourselves, to open up to a visceral intimacy with ourselves as resistance and as necessity, so that we may tell the truth about how we bear the unbearable, how we traverse the crevices of life and the many deaths that we are living, to speak the unspeakable, to expose the precarity of our existence and the inscrutable depth of our entanglement with coloniality. Truth-telling brings us back to the body, to the initial disconnect. It brings us back to the body and deepens our bodily capacity to hold the complexity of what it is that is ailing us with compassion, curiosity, and patience. We cannot do this work alone. We have to do it within the intimacy, care, and safety of each other, within intentional, co-created communal spaces of practice that are not accountable to living structures of profit and dehumanization. The beaconing of other ways of being, doing, and knowing, of mending the fragmentedness of our body, mind, spirit, requires that we labor for it truthfully. This labor is as necessary as it is unwelcomed in the academy. When we feel deeply and name what it is that we are feeling, we are able to dream and imagine other living possibilities. We are able to imagine how it is and what it is that we want to feel about ourselves. We are able to imagine what whole futures feel like. When we feel, we open up ourselves to the creative process of imagining as prophecy. We are poets, and our poetry forms the implication of our lives. It is our poetic imagining that leaps us into the cosmic expanse within us as its own dreamed time, prophecy. I turn us to the words of the Caribbean decolonial scholar, Glissant. The world's poetic force, its energy, kept alive within us, fastens itself by fleeting, delicate shivers onto the rambling pre-science of poetry in the depths of our being. The act of violence in reality distracts us from knowing it. Our obligation to grasp violence and often fight it estranges us from such live intensity, as it also freezes the shiver and disrupts the prescience. But this force never runs dry because it is its own turbulence. The invitation here is for us to ponder: in what ways can the poetics of our truth-telling for healing materialize a form of ontology within institutions that cannot readily accommodate this turbulence? I thank you.
It is not my nickname, but it is who I am. Can we do it again? That's how I used to do things when I was growing up. My old uncle who passed away, who raised me up, she used to tell me, if things are nice, repeat them. She used to tell me, repeat anything that you enjoy, just repeat it. We are coming to our last speaker for this session. And I don't want to waste more time. We have Ms. Duduzile Matebula. Some of you would not know Matebula. Matebula is also another Baloyi. But I'm not coming here to explain that now. I'll explain it in future. So we are receiving her with a round of applause, please. She's just around here. Let us receive her.
Dumelang, Sanbonani, Abusheni. By the way, I'm the Swati side of Matebula. Okay. Thank you for being here, for sharing space, for extending yourself. I think I'm very, very happy today that I'm coming after Busisi with Dr. Bear, Dr. Kopo. I think many of the things that I will reflect on have already been reflected upon. I'm just here for the practical side, you know, how to play with your toys. My name is Duduzile Matebula, and I am a PhD candidate in the Department of Art and Music. I am currently studying visual art. And today I will be discussing a framework that I have conceptualized from my paper. And the paper itself is called Umhlahlandlela. Sorry, feel short. The paper itself is called Umhlahlandlela, the Directive Capacity of Material Culture in Exploring Issues of Identity such as agency and expression. But today I will be discussing Umhlahlandlela, the framework of resurgence. The framework itself explores the embedded capacity of material culture, as I've mentioned, in exploring identity issues. Uhambo Lobhlalu. In my study, I take a journey through beadwork. Beads in this case are significant because they encourage a use of African material culture, which allows cultural intervention and indigenization to gain prominence while creating and understanding identity. The rationale for the framework is indlela ibuzwa kwabaphambili. It translates into ahead of you, but I see that the room is largely like myself, so I'm very centered in that. what you see here is a picture of my grandmother, who I would say is a facilitator or has been a facilitator of this framework. Kena on to dealing mosebetsi wa matsogo, what they would say is art. Basically, the framework centers that our lives are sacred, our being is an embodied kind, and our knowledge is validated. It sees people as an infrastructure, and building upon relational epistemologies to create what you see before you with the use of cultural intervention and cultural intelligence. Basically, what the framework purports is that our lived experiences are transitional in nature. They are made up of components that are key to our journeys: the environment, the people within the journey, and the self that is taking shape in these important settings. There are many other important variables, most importantly being memory. Memory becomes important in invoking this wholeness. Thus, you go into a journey of recovery and discovery. Memory is placed as a spectrum of influence in relation to the framework. So the framework amplifies the subjects of recovery and discovery while journeying to wholeness. The removal and distancing of disrupted histories has resulted in fragmented histories within the continent. This has further impacted in us building our own personal narrative and personhood. And I advance here the concept of ukuzazi in an African way. Ukuzazi, which is both a combination of self-awareness and self-knowledge. Through this framework, we take an endogenous journey. Okay, yes. The first criteria or the first instance of the framework itself is Hokala Kamohare. We are looking within as a place of great importance. First, we acknowledge that we are in fragments. We are taking a journey to piece these fragments together through acknowledging the eldership as a library and ancestral memory. In the study, ancestral memory is defined as a makeup of the personal, the historical, the cultural within your own personal economy. The framework can only be activated from within, as I've mentioned, and it highlights mainly the power of intention in setting the parameters and the levels of analysis. Here we acknowledge that if the gaps can't be filled through home, through your environment, there is nature that can be looked towards, the seasonality of nature, the cyclical makeup of nature. And then the material culture in this instance, Kidi Beats, Dibaha, and the matriarch, which is my grandmother, would be the facilitator. Basically, the framework is designed to start in the home. The home is acknowledged as an institution, as a structure, as a system. And these beads facilitate a spiritual and cultural knowledge. They have also gone through their own transformation. We used to use seeds as beads, bones, and now we use, because of the transatlantic history, we use, or trade rather, we use beads, glass beads. The matriarch introduces or facilitates the materiality of being, and I focus on matrilineal legacies because most of our legacies have been shaped by the mother. The mother, in most instances, is the first teacher. And thus, the ethos after that is followed by a principle that is advanced by Malidoma Somé, who says in the Dagara culture, objects are the spiritual in form. So as you come through a process and you want to undertake this journey of identity, of finding yourself, of being yourself, I use in particular beads, but some people use ceramics. A lot of other bead, material culture can be found in the home. For me, I would implore first and foremost, a journey into your own memory. What do you have inside you? What is rising up in you? So I gravitated towards the arts, and perhaps in your own lineage, in your own quest, I encourage to find the material culture ya Kolona. Some people would then buy the doily, you know, things like that. Right. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Right. For me, it's important to be able to express myself in my language. As you can tell, Sekgowa sa tshaba sometimes. But I actually, even with my friends who are not chocolate, I don't know what the PC term is, but I mix generally, and I really have removed myself of needing to translate, because I do think we have many official languages. But in this study, for instance, language for me is about inclusivity. It's about a form of extension. When we speak of adages, of things like hui mamela, uz mamela, those are our kind of meditations that we have, that have been built in within us. The idea of the information that is raised within you is embedded in your environment, in your DNA, in your home. A lot of direction is taken from the home as a setting, and sitting through memory and sifting and acknowledging the recall and the response that is necessary as you are undertaking this journey. Indlela ibuzwa kwabaphambili, which is loosely translated as to us from those that came before us. And thus, umhlahlandlela, mabulandlela, musupatsila, is encouraging a very self-deterministic, a self-qualifying way of being, where everything emanates from that which is holistically internal. And then the reminders foster for us language analysis as well, and the reminders, language and symbol from the head, the heart, and the body of the framework. These reminders can be linked to Baba Credo Muthu's ethos of reminder pictures that is found in Indaba My Children. And in that ethos, I use the symbol of sight a lot, because I do think that a lot of the transmutation comes from how we have seen ourselves and how we legitimately need to see ourselves and qualify ourselves in society. And the inclusivity of this knowledge that you gather that is shareable is then easily transferable to people outside of academia. Okay. Thank you. Yes. Again, the home, it is important to note that the home is mainly the source of our ills, of our disparities, of our sadness. Most people would claim that they don't know their mothers, they don't know their father, the families are not together. So it is quite imperative as Batho ba Bantsho to go back home and to realize that that is where we are indoctrinated, or that is where rather we are taught about the internal structure of our being, the internal structure of our knowing. And it is where the concepts of Okuzazi are facilitated. What I've noticed is that because we are a people that come from disrupted histories, many of us do not or are dispossessed when it comes to land. So therefore we explore, or rather implore, natural settings, the locations and the spaces that we traverse. The process is linked to nature, imvelo, but also the essence of indabuko yakho, your origin. It also says that the process of engagement with the material culture highlights that we have all experienced some kind of disposition, whether it's land or identity. And how then can we recover ourselves in terms of the spaces that we find ourselves in, and how do we recognize that we need to shift through sight where we are and equate that to the origin. Pictured here is a meditation I was doing around the home and originality. As you can see, it's a picture of the homestead, the way it used to be arranged. So on the left is my own meditation as I was sitting and conceptualizing around indabuko yam, imvelo yam. And it is also to say that through this journey, we are highlighting that which is pluriversal and not universal. What you see here, which I'm wearing today, what you see is another meditation. So how it happens and how I invoke and how I really bring these memories to the floor is through this creative engagement. And this is Zuzumuzi, which means honor the home. But for me, it was also an seeking of connection with an elder. An elder who had passed. Wow, they say 5 minutes left and I'm not even done. Okay. Okay, so basically, ancestral memory is then the informed knowledge that requires a lot of research, but also a lot of distilling. I mainly, let me see. Yes, this is a vest that I did while I was with child, and it was emulating Isbodia. Isbodia is a Zulu apron that married women wear when they are with child. But as an unmarried woman, to anchor myself and my story, I actually made a spin-off from that. Okay, here was another meditation, Wear Your Armor, where I was doing a lot of series of meditations on Imvunulo. That's also another way of finding out who you are through the cloth. 5 minutes, okay. So, okay. So let me say in conclusion then, it is important to note again that the framework involves a lot of processing. I think in the first year I didn't have much, second year I didn't have much, but I think last year was a year that raised a lot within, that actually found me completing this multi-dimensional framework. We need to recognize that our own lived experience is important and it is sacred. And then there's so much more that we don't know about ourselves that we can engage upon and rightfully fill in the gaps ourselves. So it is a favoring of reconstruction or construction of the African reality, a comeback from intellectual alienation, especially because our kind of knowledge, which is oral in nature, is always taken as in the periphery. It is also a great acknowledgement of agency, a sense of driving ourselves and our story with the richness our own history and culture can provide. And therefore, the study itself foregrounds interconnectedness and relational epistemologies such as Motuki Motukabatu, Ubuntu. Those need to be in practice. And the base being the story, the value of the researcher's perception of reality. And this acknowledges and values first and foremost knowledge production, and it is very much an integral part of knowing that we are driving ourselves mainly towards a more value-based structure where people are the infrastructure, and that you can start a language, you can fill in your gaps. No one needs to tell you from anywhere what you are and who you are as an African. And then these are also some of the meditations I've done. Usually meditate around Diano, Tsabatu, whether it is, but my symbolism, my personal symbolism is the fish. I feel like I'm always a fish in water. So this one, was partly saying, I am an interconnected being and I am an interbeing made up of many things, of many people, and I don't exist just by myself. And then obviously in the issues of sight, Osaboning Kesifofu also would engage with that. I play around a lot with Mobu, as you can tell, and all of that. And then the last or the first thing that I would employ in this room and leave right now is the first step in training, in taking a journey, is tracing your lineage. So that is a rough sketch of my lineage and the route that my people have traveled from Africa, from the north to the south, and all of that. And lastly, my spiritual adage, Bua Lebadimo Rapela Modimo. In that said, this is the framework of resurgence. Hope you have fun figuring yourself and being who you are. Thank you.
I won't be sinning if I ask it for the second time again. That's how I was raised. Can we give it again? Isn't it we are reflecting from where we're coming? So when we are reflecting from where we're coming, everyone must have a right to say, this is how I grew up and this is how I used to do things, particularly the good things, for that matter. We are at the end of this session. And what I will humbly plea with you, when we come back, Dr. Wopape, I prepared you another chair because we'll be having that discussion here. So you'll be with me this side when we come back. What I'm going to say now is just a simple announcement. Please agree with me on that one. Let us not negotiate to waste more time. As we're living here right now, according to my watch, let's use my watch for now, not yours. According to my watch, it is 2 o'clock. So this is the watch we're going to use for now. We'll use yours tomorrow, don't worry. Then what are we going to do? Let us exactly use 30 minutes to have some lunch outside there, meaning 2:30. Let us be back. If you look at our programs, we are already behind and we are trying to want to catch up, and I don't want to make it very difficult for Dr. Hoppe, who is taking the next session, because already we have made it difficult for her. So when we come back, it's a quick discussion that we're going to have. But please, 30 minutes, let's just grab our food and go straight to the food. We'll talk later, don't worry. We'll discuss later. But now it's time just to go straight to food. And I'm not sure, we are going to the same place, Prof. Kuno, like the same place yesterday where we ate. It's those who were not here, it's 1 floor up. And then you just go inside the restaurant, and then you go out of the restaurant, you will see there's a very small dark area there. We eat in the dark, don't worry. That dark restaurant belongs to us, so we eat right there in that darkness. So please, let's go straight there, and then you have your food, and then we come back quickly. Thank you. That's the nature of a train. Good afternoon, colleagues. I know what comes with lunch sometimes. Someone mentioned it yesterday. I used to hate every period because I went to school during those 8 days. After lunchtime, my school principal, may his soul rest in peace, he used to come with his shambok after a break. He was carrying always a yellow shambok. And he knew we'll be sleeping because that's how food can do to a human body. So he will be beating. But fortunately, I'm one of those who have never been beaten for that reason. He beat me for other reasons. Maybe that's why I am here at UNISA today, because I never allowed myself sleep. The other thing that helped me, I came from a very poor family where sometimes we could not even have something to carry for lunch to school. So you had to study until. So you will not sleep in an empty stomach. We are here for question and answers discussion. Let me say engagement, not question and answers, but engagement. Let me give it a new term. We are here for engagement because I think what they were bringing forth, these speakers here, they were not saying we are giving answers to everything. That is my understanding. But they were saying, let us engage and see the way forward. We are taking each other hand by hand and move forward. So that's why it's an engagement kind of a sort. I want to see the first round of hands standing up, being put up like this. Please, let me see first round of hands. We won't have a lot of minutes to do this. Let me see the first round. The first round, I will start from my brother there, and I will come to, there are two hands on the same seat, on the same line there. And then there is one hand here. I will end up with my sister, Prof. Grace here. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is the first round. My brother can start, please.
No, thanks. I'll be straightforward. And I continue to feel guilty because we are late because of my facilitation earlier.
No.
But I think it was necessary.
I will interject. No.
Okay.
We are together in this. If we are criminals, we are all criminals in this.
The first one, just to get straight to the point, and it is not necessary. It has been prompted by the speakers, but also even yesterday, I discussed this question with Dr. Wopape, and I'm posing it to all of us. And the question is, can we achieve liberatory pedagogies or decolonized education and research while situating our research philosophies and methodologies within the functionalist positivist schools? And you can hear in my question that I'm a critic of functionalism, of positivism. I'm also a critic of static and traditional methods, even of presentation. And I have studied some of the theses here at UNISA. We still follow the traditional presentation, and you can feel that students are channeled into just following the standard canon. A thesis should be like this. First section is this, second section is this, otherwise you are out of. And I think we are depriving ourselves of the richness of different radical methodologies that are out there. So it's a general comment, as you can hear. The second one is somehow a reflection on Dr. Bear's presentation. And again, it's a comment to say that, you know, there's a musician called Tloko Sehume, who has got an ensemble called Medina Gang. I have the privilege of working with him. And it is an African orchestra that also looks at the evolution of music, musical genres within the orchestral mode in the African thing. And I think that is something that you might also be interested in expanding classical music to go beyond the European mode. because classical music remains classical music, whether it is European or Chinese. I think the Chinese are ahead in having developed their own classical music, but there's also classical music in the African space. So you can hear it is also a comment. The third one is just to comment that I love the lyricism that my sister also did. And for me, is again a question to all of us. To what extent do we allow lyricism as an academic expression? And I was whispering to Dr. Babalwa earlier on that one of the people who does it very well is Cornel West. And it's because it is Cornel West, it is now accepted. But if a student was to be lyrical in their presentation, would we allow him or her, or would we say, no, that is outside the canon of academic writing, whereas we deprive ourselves of the richness and the diversity that we can bring in. And the last two comment is the whole issue of Ubuntu. I mean, Ramose, for instance, has developed or expanded it because one of the criticism that is coming out, and that is why even establishment authors have adopted the Ubuntu philosophy, is that they almost liberalize it. It is very sterile, whereas there is the Ubuntu theory of justice, because Ubuntu is not just about saying we are good to each other and all that. Ubuntu is about saying, but is it Ubuntu to treat one another like this? And what is the Ubuntu sense of justice? And the last one is to Dr. Wobaba. I spoke to him privately, but just for the record, to say one of the areas that he can explore in his paper is colonial architecture, which informs some of the infrastructure that we have. That is a critique thereof. But also moving from there, because the danger is that we move from a colonial architecture to postmodernist architecture. But does it respond to our needs on the African continent? Thank you, Program Director. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, my brother, my colleague, for that list. I said we have got two hands at the back there. My brothers, maybe they are both my sisters or my brothers. I can't see very well. Please, any one of you there on the same row can start, and then the other one can follow. Just agree amongst yourself. That's the nature of democracy.
Okay. My question was directed to Husiswa. She was talking about the academic healing, something that we don't normally talk about. Like.
Okay. So if I have to interject, if the question is specific, please even indicate who should stand up. But if it is general, like he was indicating, you can also mention that. But if it is a specific one to a particular presenter, mention that. Thank you.
Yeah, she was talking about the academic healing, about how we can portray poetry at healing. So I was asking her, how do we deal as academical? I'm a student myself. How do we deal with fear and depression, something that can lead us to suicide? That time of exam, we normally, society don't understand what we are going through as academics. They are expecting us to pass, but they don't normally support us naturally. The only thing they want is a result, being a graduate. They don't know the struggle that we are facing. So I wanted to ask you, how do we use the poetry to challenge ourselves during that time, because we are alone? Thank you.
Are you done, my sister?
Thanks.
Thank you. The next one, just close to you there. Please switch off the mic there. Yeah. Yeah, it's on. It's off now again. Okay.
Hello. I want to start with the Dr. Wopape's presentation. When we are talking about this thing of for IR, there are certain people who understood that term, what it's all about. But most of academics is a question that I always have to every academic. Normally, when they conduct their research, we may find that majority of them, they conduct their research within Gauteng, within Eastern Cape, within Western Cape. But they forget about the villages. And then the villages is where there's knowledge. It's where there's the ocean of knowledge, where we see the present generation. They're so creative, whereby they can contribute to every sector of the economy. But due to the politics, some information doesn't even reach those people. If you can go to TikTok, for instance, that is the clear example whereby we have young people who doesn't have infrastructures where they can showcase their talents. We just need infrastructures, schools like Model C schools. We don't have such things in the villages. But in creativity, I believe that those is where we can go and milk the knowledge. In the villages, for indigenous knowledge systems, we can still go into the villages to improve, for IR to be in African context, we can still go to the villages. Those villagers, the people that we neglect most of the time when coming to research, but we expect, because if you can check the way he structured it, he said higher learning, higher institution, higher education. We forget about the primary, even we forget about the secondary education. Then we are taking the full conclusion from the higher education. We are trying to take it back to the primary and the secondary education, instead of doing it vice versa. I still believe that for AR, if we want to win as Africans, we should start from the primary level. Let's teach them from at a younger age, and then when we come with it to the higher education, we are trying to polish what we think it might be wrong from them. I think the other one is for next to Dr. Wopape.
Okay,
Ben. Yeah, yes, the music. I don't know if there's someone who already doing a study about the creativity of young people again. Look at how the genre like Amapiano is booming. It's even attracting even the internationals. I don't know there's someone who is busy doing a study with that kind of genre. That shows the creativity of us South Africans. But institutional level, I don't think they acknowledge those people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My sister just around, yes. But your mic, you just have to change. It is very sickly. It looks okay. It's fine now.
Is it better now?
Yeah, I thought it has got a virus.
Oh, okay. My name is Sindile, and I would like to know from Dr. Hope, how do we encourage bravery and free thinking when the so-called academic freedom could actually lead to victimization? Then the question to Dr. Bopape. In this talk about 4IR, do you propose that we forget the other revolutions? Because when you do, mostly within distance education, we have different, I think now we are in the 6th generation. So then how do we see that higher education institutions use, all the available affordances to advance student support so that our students are sustainable? And I'm asking this because there are others that would fit into the 4IR, but there are others that are still in the other sort of like in industrial revolutions. Then there's a question that, there's a effect that you brought up regarding contracts, saying that more staff are actually on contract. My question then is, we have seen, I think Prof. Makano will agree with me as part of the UNISA Women's Forum, that the university tends to exclude women from African countries, in terms of hiring them as academics. Instead, we have more male that are from other countries that are even in top positions, but when women apply, they are told that they are non-South Africans. How can we address this in such a way that we focus on the academic project and the need for their skill instead of focusing on their nationality, just like we do with the men? Then Dr. Bear, how do we develop, because this needs research. I cannot say that we need to transform. You can't transform without research. How do we sort of go to the ground, like my brother mentioned here, and sort of develop systems for the new African ways of expression within music itself? If you listen to Mama Sibongile Khumalo, I think that's where I fell in love with opera, because she has Africanized it. How do we make sure that we actually make sure that it works? Then to Busiswa, how do we include meditation as part of African employee wellness? Thank you. And then the last one to Ms. Matebula. They're straightforward. At least I'm not telling a story. Yeah. How do you mentioned about indlela ibuza kwabaphambili, and I believe in that. But how do you get healing when your predecessors are the source of your trauma? Thank you.
Oh, thank you. And then the last one in this first round is Prof. Kanu. My sister Grace there, please.
I just wanted to thank you, colleagues, for contributing. I'm so happy that I stayed here. I was just thanking colleagues for their beautiful presentations, and I'm grateful for staying. We were sharing as you were presenting that when we joined the academy, conferences were so scary. You would never. For example, the two of us, we went to a lot of conferences in our early years, and we were so struck by how competitive the academy is, but also how, when you are presenting, your colleagues would not necessarily look for the beauty and what resonates
Exactly.
in your talk. They would look for holes and how to bring you down.
Mistakes.
And as new entrants to the space, it was a big problem. So I want to say that as you were presenting, I felt this sense of being that, was almost lost because of engaging in spaces that are very toxic. So thank you for the bravery to speak from a very human space. Mebusiswa, your presentation was love. Thank you. And as you were speaking, I could feel the healing. Because you are so gentle. It's so beautiful. Thank you for embodying that part of Black women that many of us are unable to embody. Thank you for reminding us that we are you as well. Thank you. I just want to say that Khope, yo, wangisa di plekeng wanis. Thank you. I just want to say thank you. It was such a beautiful session.
Thank you, Prof. Kuno. I didn't want to abuse the thing that we always abuse when we are at the front here, but what you said is just mouthful, and I had a lot of notes that I made to myself. I said, wow, if we can all have people who have this kind of viewing their audience when they are speaking, we can go very far. Yeah, the way they were presenting themselves, it was just lively. I felt like I'm at home, not even at work. Please, I will just take, because our time is gone, I won't talk too much. I will just take from Dr. Bopapa, and then each one will be responding. If you want to come to the mic here, you are free to do so. I'll be seated by the side so that we can quickly finish this session.
Let me speak from this side. Well, thank you, Dr. Glenn. I think you are right. We spoke about me, including colonial architecture. I'll do so, and thank you for engaging me at that level. You spoke about how do we bring about liberatory pedagogy if we still going to use a standard template in terms of methodology. My view is that indeed, if we really are serious about dealing with the foundation of Eurocentric architecture of universities, there's no way if you are going to repeat and regurgitate those methods, because we are not producing new knowledge. We are using the same template, and therefore we are not producing new knowledge. The decolonization of methodology is absolutely crucial if we really have to come up with a new method. Let me attempt to answer my brother Ed Beck, who spoke about the division between rural and urban, and why are we not including various geographies if we do our research. I think you are right, it's part and parcel of, I hope we will all work towards engaging the various differences, be it race, be it gender, be it geographic location. We have to do so in order to ensure that there is credibility in our research. We have to do that. If I heard you correctly, you are saying, I spoke about higher education. Maybe it is because of the topic that we are engaging. It is transformation within higher education. But if you heard, even yesterday, we spoke about all what we are saying will have to start at the primary school level, because education is almost the same. Towards the end of my presentation, I spoke about when you talk about transformation, you have to embed it within knowledge, and that knowledge will have to deal with curriculum, and curriculum is taking place at various levels, be it primary school, secondary school, and university, even TVET colleges. Unless you do that, unless you change the curriculum at that level, you are never going to assist in that respect. Professor Ngubane, my view is that indeed you are right. Some of the things that we are talking about are part and parcel of the other generation of industrial revolution. Isn't it, in my presentation I spoke about, when I speak about fourth industrial revolution, I'm not an expert there, but I'm talking about technological advancement, I'm talking about the gadgets, I'm talking about the data, internet, some of those are part and parcel of the third or even the second industrial revolution. We have to incorporate all of them into our system, and you are right. All the various generation of ODL or OD, open distance learning, will have to be included if we are serious about incorporating the various into our spaces. Let me pause here, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Bear, if there's anything coming directly to you there, just respond to that.
Chair, if I may, Dr. Popape didn't respond on the exclusion of women from other countries.
Okay, briefly then he's going there. Sorry.
I'll have to check. I hear what you are saying, but I'll have to check statistics related to that. But remember, 2 years ago, as a department, and I think that it can come in, we did develop a policy on the appointment of foreign nationals. And that policy, if my memory serves me well, was discussed at council. We have submitted the policy to HR to ensure that the policy is taken through the processes. But as I said, I'll have to check statistics. And you are right. Part of the statistics that I saw last time, there is a preference for foreign national male at the expense of female. I will have to check statistics and understand what is the reason. But as I said, we have, as a department, developed a policy on the appointment of foreign nationals, and that policy is being engaged at that highest level. Thank you.
Okay. Now is Dr. Bez. If you have straight question to you, please.
Yes. I have so many ideas swirling around my head, so I hope I can say something coherent here. But the first question I want to address is about the liberatory pedagogies and the question of traditional presentations. I am fortunate that I've been going through an ODL course with Oldenburg University, the collaboration between the UNISA and Oldenburg University, and it's really opened my eyes to different kinds of presentations of pedagogy. And I've been thinking quite a lot about the importance, and I want to really make sort of a case for this and take it to government to institute digital dissertations. Because we are now in a digital world, and if I can use just the arts as a point of departure, we're a visual discipline, we're a sound discipline. We cannot capture our data in writing. So often we have to submit our dissertations with a CD-ROM. I mean, really? In the 21st century? Why? And also, but in the African context where orality is such an important way of communicating knowledge, of producing knowledge, why cannot we accommodate that as a mode of presentation of knowledge? So I really do believe that going digital in terms of publishing, not only dissertations, but also of academic publishing, is terribly, terribly important in this day and age. So that's the one thing. And the other thing about methodology, and it also comes from the arts, is I think especially in the context of doing research about curriculum and about teaching, a practice-led research methodology is what we should be looking at. And in the arts, that means not looking at starting from history, not starting from theory, but starting from the actual practice and then theorizing from there and making sure that that kind of interaction keeps on going, because at the end of the day, theory informs practice and practice informs theory. That is what we're supposed to be doing. They're not supposed to be divorced from each other. So that is something that I'm also really thinking about a lot. And then the question about African orchestras and Amapiano, those that I'm frustrated within the new curriculum myself. We still need to really look at the curriculum as a whole. But I'm frustrated by the idea that Western art music is offered in a stream and African music is offered in a stream. Because there are so many questions around African pianism, playing African music on the piano, approaching the piano as a percussion instrument, and performing art music that is engaged within the African music stream. But why? Because it speaks to art music that I teach as well. And I'm very, very interested in the question. And there's a wonderful black pianist in London, Rebecca Umordio, who performs African art music compositions on the piano. So there is no longer a kind of divide between these genres. It has become intermeshed, interlocked in such beautiful ways. Why do we approach them scholarly, separately? It doesn't make sense to me.
So you know, if I could, I would have liked to bring those things together within the curriculum. But then also the question of expanding the knowledge, and with the research going to the ground, where do we find the resources, all of those things. I think it is also, that is where the idea of having students co-create knowledge becomes so important. Because students are in very different contexts, especially UNISA students. Some are in townships, others are in other parts of the world, others are in townships or in the rural areas, and they engage very different musical worlds that only they can access. So why can't we enable them to go into their, and that's where assessment comes in, enable them through assessments to go into the communities and engage their musics and bring it into the assessment. And why not take that assessment and bring it into research? So I really feel that there must be a far more integrated approach where we have more role players, where students are also researchers. They're not consumers of knowledge. They're producing knowledge because they have their own worlds that they live in. And also, you know, that's where I'm in a position where I'm not an opera scholar, but I do have people around me who are opera scholars. So connecting with researchers and allowing students to do the research allows us to still create knowledge that is original and that is actual and that is relevant to our context.
Thank you, Sister Busi. Thank you for responding. Do you have anything directed to you? Please respond to that one.
Hi, everyone. I just want to say thank you so much for receiving me. Thank you for receiving my heart. It's been difficult. The past year and a half has been difficult as an early career academic. So being here means a lot to me. And when I was preparing for the conference, I was thinking about how do I present what I presented. And I remember telling my friend, you know what, I'm just going to take the risk of being myself. And I recognized that I was able to take this risk because of people like you who have already paved the way for us. So thank you to everyone who's here. And so part of the questions that were asked are questions that I am thinking about. I strongly believe that if I am going to lead students into self-actualization, I need to be deeply and intentionally engaged in my own self-actualization. To respond to Prof. Celindi's question, how do we include meditation as part of employee wellness? As part of reckoning with myself and making sense of myself in the academy, increasingly, I think, even though I am smart, increasingly, I think that I should, maybe I should step outside of the classroom into a space that does not yet exist, where I can really and truly use my gifts of holding space for us as academics and supporting academics through their own healing journeys. Yeah.
And then we have the next one, Ms. Matebula.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, the question of how do you get healing when if your predecessors are the source of your pain. I think in terms of the framework itself, it's very important to realize that healing stems from within. and you acknowledge the variables that exist in your environment, but it's a process of, it's a journey. So first and foremost, you'd have to figure out what your wound is, your father wound, your mother wound, and sit with it and feel the discomfort and really ask yourself if that pain is real and where it comes from and stems from. We spoke about memory being a very important state of engagement. Many of our memories could be true, could not be true. You have to sit and distill and realize, was I in that moment, and how do I want to then transmute this feeling that I'm feeling? If your mother is a source of pain, she can only be a source of pain if your sight remains on her being a source of pain. You know what I mean? And if you want to yourself evolve and remove yourself from those clutches of pain, because if as a people we can sit all day and talk about how unfair the status quo is, especially as Black women, I feel like give us a stage, we can go on all day. But in realizing that our own lived experiences are there to teach and guide and give us some certain knowledge, it's within yourself to then sit with that discomfort and transmute it into, okay, I'm uncomfortable. What do I want from this ultimately? And how do I then create a bridge between myself and the other person to find healing? And if you're constantly looking as your mother as the source of pain, you are also engaging in a sense of othering in your own environment. And that will then also keep you in a state of discomfort. It's also acknowledging in our memory, which is a fundamental aspect of being, how are we storing our memories? How are we encoding? And while we're encoding and decoding, what influence are we under? If you are then ready for this engagement with the framework, you sit with the internal environment. You look at your environment. Have I reached my homeostasis? You know, where do I falter and waver? And which variables within my environment will then assist me in then reaching the wholeness that I desire for myself. And largely, it's not even a question of your mother, your father, because if you take that in, you understand that as an individual, they were also on a journey, and their journey is parallel to yours. And that's why, if you're using ancestral memory, you go into your personal, your historical, your own book is being written over and above the parents that says, okay, na indlela ngikunikeza yona, wena uzoyihamba. So wetang, awutsama wetang, upaka mofago. Mofago wa hao ki eng? Toolbox ya hao e reng, you know.
If you allow me, as a point of just learning, I request, no, it's a beautiful response, but I'm just requesting that when you're writing your paper, you include that however, because we're in a society where people are hurt by their own people. So it's important that as much as we say, if the abapambili are messed up, come back to yourself. Yes, thank you.
If you look at it, the endogenous nature, ibuza wena. Angithi ukumele uzibuke ke, uhlale nawe.
Include that in your paper. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. The last one, Dr. Hope, so that we can wrap and give the next round.
Thank you so much for the beautiful comments and questions. My question was, how do I encourage bravery to counteract being victimized in a space of the academy? I want to tie that with the first question that was asked over there
about the lack, perhaps, of critiquing the methods that are presented to us, and how do we achieve liberatory pedagogies. I think it boils down to writing back to ourselves, and writing back to ourselves is also in terms of interrogating what Motwa has presented to us, that the fact that we are where we are is because of the black man, the black woman has been too scared, too suspicious, and perhaps too reserved. And the question as well would be, if you don't want to bounce in that space of being brave, do you want to be a professor who does not profess anything? Do you want to be doctors with titles only? What legacies do we want to leave behind? That's the question that we need to answer. And also, in this motion or movement that we are engaging in redressing the injustices of the past, we also have to interrogate what are the injustices of interpretation. Injustices of interpretation here, I'm talking about calling ourselves free, but are we really free? Calling ourselves professors or doctors, but are we what are we professing? As doctors, what are we teaching? I think it was Fela Kuti, I think, who said it very well, that teacher, don't teach me nonsense. So I think our students must be brave as well enough to revolt that which they do not want. They must be brave enough to revolt that which does not serve them and that which won't serve the future generations. And corroborating Fela Kuti as well is Fanon. I will just paraphrase. I think he says somewhere that you must be that generation that fulfills that which you want to achieve. Either you do this or you break this, or you just fail the movement dismally. So the question in liberating pedagogies as well emanates as well in asking, when we do these research programs, asking yourself, interrogating who supervised your supervisor. That as well, I think it's something that in this transformation movement needs to be converged in the programs that we do. I've just come out of a program that trained me to be a supervisor, but I don't think I will be chosen because I don't have experience in supervision. But these are some of the elements that needs to be looked into in terms of producing new knowledge, in terms of producing that transformation that we want. Are we transforming the right things? Are we supervising the right studies that will shift paradigms in our country? So in engaging what methods we must use, or what methods are always sort of subscribed, we are made to subscribe to, I think we need to move away from this space of rigidity and move to what I call breaking the oath. And breaking the oath, I said, it's unprotest-like. We don't do it. You immerse yourself in that metaphysical lens of African spirituality, African revolution, whatever serves you at that particular moment. Thank you.
Mouthful. I don't want to waste more time. I think I had the best panel since the conference started. No one is applauding me, but I had the best panel than ever. Yeah. No, thank you, colleagues. We are moved. Maybe even our dreams tonight are going to be better dreams than yesterday. What I'm saying now is we just have, Sister Busi will come and assist. The five of us, I want to say thank you in short. The five of us, except Dr. Khobe, will be left here to take on the next session, which is having very few minutes left. I could not stop you because what you were speaking to my heart, to my life. That's why I was just between the wall, you know, between the rock and the sea. So you have sometimes to say, okay, let them speak. As long as I get healed, it doesn't matter time. Even if I have to sleep tomorrow, it doesn't matter. But so I want to say thank you so much. We can take our seats back, and then the new panel will be coming on. And let's just round them again as they're going to sit. It looks like 2 or 3. She's coming. I think it's 2. 2, ne? I think so. I think in the meantime, for the sake of time, those who are speaking now, let them be coming forward as they are preparing, please. Those who are to speak now, I think we have 2, if not 3 of them. To assist my sister here, please. Is she the only one?
Okay.
Or credential is online. Is it online?
No, let's check this one first.
Okay. Yes, can we find out if KB Mashobani is here? I know you.
Then we are finding just the latest one. Was
I know Sipogas is here. And is it Biruk, Shawadek? Are they here? So we only have you.
Oh, wow.
That's nice. You can present. Prof. That's. Oh, this is the new one, but anyway. Okay, you can take it because I've ticked her. You tell me when to sit it down. I think it's done. Okay, so it's only one presenter for the session.
Yeah, I think for the session we only have one. That is my presentation. I was down. So we can also check Utatuban. Is it from Tat? So you told us who we're going. Yeah.
We will reconvene shortly. We've just come from a powerful session from yesterday. It has been really a very intellectual forum or conference, if I may say. We feel satiated, records. But those of us who also indulge in revolutionary thinkers like Bo Mcebo Dlamini would agree with people like him who say, but these theories, they do not feed us. We need a revolution that is palpable, that we can feel, that we can engage in our everyday lives. In this session, themed African epistemologies and methodologies, also contested terrains in the academic spaces. Because we are so rigid, we subscribe to the structure that is aligned in a certain way. So we are in this session going to be enlightened by a topic titled, Can I Call You Ma or Prof? Negotiating Collective and Individual Memory, Reflexivity in African Feminist Research, read by Ms. Sipokazi Tau. Ma'am, if you are ready, the podium is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tebogo. Hi, everyone. I'm Sipokazi Tau from the Center for Women and Gender Studies. So my talk is titled, Can I Call You Ma or Prof? Which comes from my master's study, which was looking at African women leaders in higher education, their experiences and journey on leadership, and how the ways in which they've encountered the university affects in some ways, or not, the ways in which they perform their leadership in the spaces. And so for me, it was to think through their journey of navigating the university space, understanding, of course, that their bodies were not thought of as bodies that would be in that space to begin with. So in my study, I interviewed 5 African Black women across the higher education landscape in South Africa. And these interviews were meant to take place physically. Here I had the idea to shift through their workspaces, to see them face to face, to see the layout of the offices that they held, to see the institutions that they led. And unfortunately, due to the COVID pandemic, all my interviews had to take place via online and virtual technologies. Part of why it was important for me to have my interviews physical was for me to see these women only through their professionality, if you like. Of course, there's so much work that's been done in terms of mothering within the academy, other mothering by Hills Collins, thinking through academic mothers by Pillay. And I was particularly running away and trying to detach them from this idea of them being seen as bodies that have to do care work, right? Makokwana Maqabuka and Zwaledi talk about this being forced to care, and this invisibilized labor that African women have to do in the academy. And so I specifically wanted to do this in the institutions. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, or fortunately, having these interviews virtually led me to some of these points of reflection that I had as I was conducting my study. Can I call you Ma or Prof is the question I found myself asking my participants. This was not part of the scheduled questions that I had sent to them ahead to prepare. It was also not a question that I had prepared myself to ask. However, it had been a question I remembered had come to us and my community of young African feminists in our institution when we became the first institution to have 3 women, African women at the helm of leadership. We started asking ourselves, what do we call Prof Mutwa? Do we call her Prof? Do we call her Ma? What does that mean in terms of how we see her in relation to her peers, to her predecessor? Are we placing unexpected expectations on her? But then importantly, what does it mean for us to not recognize her identity and our identity as it relates to her? Yuval Davis reminds us of the ways in which our citizenship is multi-layered, that it consists of the local, the ethnic, national, amongst others. Asking this question to my participants was not for them to be comfortable in this space as I thought. It wasn't for me to demonstrate even that I had respected them. It was a reminder to myself about who I am and my own identity. And that particularly in my noble attempt to detach these women from their layeredness, my body reminded me that I too was an extension of that social structure. Oyewumi's work, of course, on thinking through about language and how language allows us to argue against gender as a central power structure shifts us to consider the ways in which language and African languages hold particular registers of knowledge. And here, power in the form of seniority, of course. Similarly, Pamela Maseko also argues that within the isiXhosa language and people, although stratification exists, it's not in the form of the biologic, or to borrow from Oyewumi, the biologic. Rather, it gives us access to understand people deeper. For example, one of my participants, we can call her Prof. Sipati, when I ask her the question, can I call you Ma or Prof? She says, well, Spagazi, you can refer to me as any of those. In my time in the university, students will often call me Mama or Sisi. But if I had to introduce myself, I would say, Nake Mahwe Lesedi, le la rona, ke nkgono wa Karabo. In translation, that means, I'm Lesedi and La Rona's mom. I'm also a grandmother to Karabo. Maseko argues that the stratification in language indicates factors such as responsibility, seniority, rank, and status of that member, not the physiology of the person. This, of course, had been something I was aware of, coming from the African social structure. I was also aware of the various ways in which social currency is gained through having children, is gained through social parenting, and is gained through marriage, for example. When Prof. Sipati mentions this, an image pops in my head of my mom. I knew that my mom had two names. Her name was Nomsa, given by her parents, but also in relation to her marriage to my father, her name was Nomonde. This name was also the name that was given to my sibling, who's the first child in marriage, extending her identity as wife to identity of mother, that extension of responsibility, that layeredness. This memory of what really African women were, although it was an individual one to me, it was one that linked me to the collective identity that I shared with my participants, something that I tried to run away from. This question was a reminder about my own history, and importantly, as Bizoli argues, the forms of consciousness that my participants hold as a result of their gendered history. According to Goniwe Nkola, the body can be a site to reflect experiences, thoughts, and emotions we encounter in life. Whether these are concrete, they are metaphysic, they are spiritual, imagination, or fantasy. My body, the body, remembered the legitimization of seniority as power, particularly as respect, because of what how intergenerational relationships function, and how we transfer knowledge and value to those who have walked before us. Duduzile speaks about Inyate Buzwa Phambili. This is not to be mistaken, of course, as seniority as a demand of power, right? Because I'm a professor, you have to understand the authority and respect me. African cosmology awards respect and legitimizes power based on seniority because of the role and the contribution you make in your community and society. Age, wisdom, your humanity, and the role in your community legitimizes your power, your authority. Here, my body was remembering that these women were chosen for a specific journey, that of entering university and pushing to be part of the knowledge-making process of these institutions, noting, of course, as I mentioned earlier, that these were spaces that were not seen with them in mind. These women, as I was going through these reflections, become to these institutions omafungwashe. Makokwana speaks about this, the firstborn daughter, the senior female daughter. What we know and expect of omafungwashe as the firstborn daughter is that they will hold the institutional knowledge of the home. They co-run the home with the parents, they stand in when the parents are not available. Importantly, they are the first children of the household. They are expected to carry the blueprint of how the other children will be parented. They are also expected to be an embodiment of the homes that they come from. There's a hyper-visibilization that is associated with being umafungwashe. This, of course, thinking about the current discourses in the higher education landscape, is very evident. This hyper-visibilization of what it is that African women are going to prove and do and change. The miracles that we place on them to do as which we don't give to their male counterparts. My body remembered that African ways of being award seniority because, yes, of the contributions one makes to serve in our greater society. With that question, it had been apparent to me that I did not prepare for what really an African woman meant to me. My approach had been to take the study with an objective view of simply seeing them as participants. They were simply African women leaders in the university. However, that's not who they were only. The intersectionality of their lives, their beings became apparent to me in the first encounters that I have with them. The kind of anxiety that propelled me to ask that question, my spirit moving to ask that question, with none of these women having demanded to be recognized in that way. I want to shift us to the second aspect of my reflection, the idea of space, and how, of course, these interviews don't happen in the university as I had planned for my study. The making of spaces of placemaking, which is commonly, of course, used in the disciplines and in the fields of architecture and town planning, seeks to make meaning of a process of establishing spaces that should be useful and appealing to the people that exist in it, or the people that work in it or live in it. According to Pellegrino, space in the architectural discipline enables us access to know what our external reality is. Space thus influences the ways in which our own bodies move and objects are placed. Space influences the movement of our own bodies. Yuga and Coutu suggest that there is a distinction between place and space. Place is the positioning of objects to each other, while space is the experience of them. In other words, space becomes the embodiment of the place. Space making, or the meaning of space, carries the culture of the place. In her MA thesis on Xhosa widows, Xotshelwa Zimlongo talks about going back home to do her field work. She enters a home that carries all the memorabilia of her late father, the photos on the wall, the memory of his legacy. Her late father, the trigger of his memory, the man who makes her mom a widow, the very same thing that informs her research study, which is titled Incitha Nzila nobomi obutsha, The Release of the Widow and Life After Mourning, Xhosa Widows and Citizenship. This thinking of space making emerges to me during 2 interviews. I'll talk about one. This participant, we'll call her Prof. Tinashe, logs into the Microsoft Teams a minute after me. She's sitting on a couch meant for more than just one body. I cannot tell if it's a living room, if it's a home office. She seems relaxed. As we begin to exchange greetings, her attention goes to someone in the room. I find out later, of course, that this is a child. She looks to the camera and she says to me, "Can I have 5 minutes, Porazi?" And I say, "Of course, Prof, we'll start when you're ready." Although this appearance of the child doesn't get engaged in the interview, because remember, that's not what I said I was doing, Prof. Tinashe mentions to me a story of when she joins the institution. She says, "I was migrating to this institution, and part of my relocation negotiation is that I had requested a house so that I can accommodate my 2 children. The university subsequently said that they don't have a house to give her, and instead they gave her a flat. She would find, and subsequently she leaves her children behind. She would find out later that a male and white colleague of hers, who had also relocated and joined the institution at the same time that she does, was allocated a house. His request had been, "I need a house that can accommodate my family needs," that is himself and his 2 dogs. This made me think about the idea of home in relation, of course, to Prof. Tinashe's leadership values. Her leadership style, as we talk through in the interview, and her desired role as a leader is to inform institutional cultures that are rooted in the ideas of belonging, of having a place that's safe, a place that reflects who you are, your culture, your identity. My argument here is that home as a space becomes a framework for African women leaders that guides the types of institutions they want to be in and contribute towards. I see this in how Tinashe lets out a sigh after sharing this story of her children being erased as family versus the dog being prioritized as family. Whose family structure is interrupted from the disconnect caused by the migration of this job and career progression. And also, what are the parallels in the values African women use when mothering and the possibilities of new institutional cultures? The home for these women becomes the training ground for the type of institutional cultures they create. In her work, of course, on Umakulu as an institution of knowledge, Makoqwana reminds us about how Omakulu and grandmothers become these invisibilized institutions. They are bodies of indigenous knowledge that stores, that transfers, that disseminate knowledge and values. Omakulu and by extension African women make use of the home, the space, as a space for meaning to establish historical foundations and value systems. This is similar to how Tinashe talks about her leadership style and intentions, that space of belonging, inclusivity, transformation, seeing yourself in the space, similar to Xotshelwa's anxiety as she walks in at home. Scholars Soja, Pa, and Balang postulate that the space is both physical and a social landscape, which is imbued with meaning in everyday place-bound social practices. What Tinashe reminds us in her request to have a space for her children, and by extension her vision for potential institutional cultures, is that space includes both the emotional and behavioral bubbles that invisibly surround people's bodies and their spatial organization of spaces. That is to say, that space or spaces are both symbolic, they are semiotic as much as they are practical. That homes, like institutions of higher learning, are factories of knowledge for its everyday users. This particular experience that her children become deprived of. Reflexivity, of course, as Palagana Sanchez tells us, is that it's about having an awareness as a researcher about how our value system and how our privilege, our principles can interfere or be harmful to the study. What I found in the study, in how my principles, is that how my principles and values were integral in the study and in my engagement with my participants. In fact, this didn't present itself as a limitation, but rather as a positive factor in the research itself, about how our bodies remember, as Motseme remind us, of our multiple identities and our cultural histories that can complicate, but I think also complement our research processes. Thank you.
Right on time. So I had a timer. You had 2 minutes left, but I think you've delivered that so excellently. Thank you very much. Another round of applause for her, please. Wow, what a topic. What a topic. You know, it elicited so many things in me. My body responded to so many things. And I will just start by saying, before we go to the question and answer or engagement, engaging with people who appear to have a lump in their throat whenever they have to call you professor or doctor. I don't know if you have come across that, but that has elicited that to me, your title. And when you were presenting, I felt that this was more on a respective level of asking university leadership, as black women who are in leadership, whether they will feel comfortable referring to them as ma, me, or mama, or a professor. But this has just conjured up some emotions in me, because you will have on another angle, if maybe you want to explore this, that there are certain people, yes, who sometimes have a lump in their throat when they have to say Dr. so-and-so or Professor so-and-so. And these are just the dynamics and intersections that we also need to revisit and see how we right the wrongs in people or in us. A very insightful presentation, igniting excellence as well in transformation, in our transformative spaces. I think what I also want to say about your presentation, it conjured up the essence about the home, having brought up so many times in this space of this conference. I think it was Medidu Zilo who also brought up the home, not the home seeing it in an academic space, but a home as well as an institution of learning. And I think that is very important to carry forward in the spaces that we are, especially if we want to say, are we saying we are going towards becoming the African university, or are we there yet? I don't know. We are an African university. Colleagues, for the first session of engagement or question and answers, if maybe I can just see your hands, or should I start with you, Prof? So it will be 1, 2, Prof Motsemme, 3, Professor Gubane. Oh, yes. So it will be 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Okay, in that sequence, Prof.
Thank you so much for your talk. I think the connections you make with Mafungwash are quite fascinating for me. So the first Vice Chancellor, Black Vice Chancellor at UNISA, the first full professor in the humanities faculty at UJ, the first black female vice dean at UJ, the first. So I'm seeing some contradictions in how uMafungwashe is welcomed in the home. uMafungwashe is a source of joy. uMafungwashe in the home is provided with the attention and the resources for her to be able to embody this family. But this first VC, this first dean, this first professor, this first lecturer, she's not. She's instead called names. She's told she's incompetent. She is silenced in meetings. She is juniorized. And. So it's I see that from one side this is the case, but then from the other it's there's a joy. My students are like, Prof, Prof, you are the dean, Prof, you are the VC, Prof, they're excited because they can see themselves. So how do we connect the two so that uMafungwashe in these institutions outside the family is uMafungwashe for real? Because this concept is beautiful, and using it to unpack and understand the academy in relation to Black Women First is significant, I think, in helping us think through, how to heal, and I think most importantly, how to connect, because the negative experiences that these firsts get from, the powers that be, the institutional cultures that are unshifting, create such challenges for these firsts to be able to contribute effectively and positively to these ones who are like, ooh, Mafungwashe, So how do we bridge that gap so that they can effectively embody, so that those who are coming after them can actually benefit from them having been there? brilliant presentation. Thank you again.
Thank you, Prof. Kudo. While our speaker, Sipogazi, reflects on that question, I will have Professor Mutseme to ask a question.
I'm so happy to be. We had a conversation about this paper, me and her, a couple of months ago, and I'm just blown away by listening to her right now. You know, us learning from you about this idea of, which I think is a really powerful concept of forms of consciousness that we can formulate through the body. I don't know if any of you were recognizing, she kept saying, we're talking about forms of ways of writing, you know, new epistemologies, she kept saying, my body remembered, my body remembered. And part of, I think, a huge, for me, you were talking earlier on about revolutions. When we begin to remember from our bodies, when we begin to honor our body memories, I think, you know, another kind of revolution is also going to happen. Because we're so, you know, we're so busy here in our minds, right, and what we've been taught, and the, you know, the whole, the curriculum, how it ought to be. But our body remembers that I'm connected to this woman in front of me.
That's true.
It remembers that, you know, and so thank you for taking that courage to say, I am going to speak through, I'm going to theorize through my body and see what that brings. Because what you've been able to also start to bring is to also force us to think about the spiritual aspects of transformation, which are actually really what it is all about at the end of it. And for us as particularly Black scholars, you know, Black women, it's about reconnecting. It's about reconnecting, because that is what humanizes us at the end of the day. So it's about doing those connections again, remembering again that we, you know, there is this, through memory, through our bodies, that we are interconnected, and that we're not just these flat surfaces. That is all I am. I'm just the first whatever. I'm holistic. Healing is about holism, because as beautifully, I think, as you know, I love that phrase. I think it's from Fanon, where it talks about how colonization was a form of thingification of the Black body, that we were things. And so when we begin to recognize we're humanizing, we're recognizing, we're forming connect. That in itself sounds very small. Sounds very small, but it is the beginning of a revolutionary act as well. So I want to see what you're doing, as small as it is. And thank you for also taking the courage to. So what happens when we're doing research, we're also very structured. I think we were talking about this, you know, how, you know, you do your interview. And one of the things we're talking about, you know, was the fact to which all of those residues, you know, all of those things that seem not to matter, how about just shifting attention to that and relaxing into it and see where that takes you? Because often that is, so, you know, something I'm very interested in, this whole concept of memory. And for us whose memories haven't mattered, you know, to look for memory in the official sites, we're not going to find much. So it's all of the unofficial sites. It's in the rivers. It is in the songs. It is in our bodies. It is in all of this. This is where most of the spaces in which we have housed, you know, our memories. And so we need to be, you know, creative as scholars around that as well. If we are to create these, you know, all these things we're talking about of spaces that are transformed, spaces that are decolonized, etc. You know, I really find it's a very simple phrase as well. It's by a woman. She's a radical feminist based she's in Jamaica. And she talks about how, she says, touching, for those who have been colonized, touching is a form of decolonization. It's recognition. It's a way in which we begin to rehumanize. So it's for me, going back to also, I think linking to what Grace was saying, you are rehumanizing these women who the media, hegemonic discourse is always invisibilizing, producing some kind of, in a very one-dimensional way. So that project begins to sort of counter that and present her as human, as full, So well done on doing that. I really enjoyed that. Thank you.
Thank you. We go to Professor Ngubane, and then I think Prof, you'll also introduce yourself. Thanks.
Who needs to introduce themselves? Or Mina?
I mean,
Sorry.
yeah,
Okay,
just going forward, yeah.
Okay, I'm
Yeah,
Cindy.
I'm
then.
just,
Yes. Yes. Thank you so much, Sipokazi. Actually, your presentation has helped me in working on a paper that I'm actually working on now, where I'm looking at myself as a female supervisor, postgraduate supervisor. And as you were talking, I'm like, wow, there are people that came in thinking that I'm just a female and didn't want to recognize that I was a scholar. And you'd see through, whenever I gave comments, they almost wanted me to spoon feed them. It was as if I had to do the work for them. And then when I brought in a male course supervisor, all of a sudden it was like, yes, Prof, yes, Prof. But with me, it was like, okay, so Sisi, what do you think? So, and others will say Ma and what, and then I would think, just like you're saying, do I call you Ma or Prof? At certain points, I felt like saying, I'm actually not your mother. I'm your supervisor, But I had to make sure that, because I understood what you're saying, when somebody comes in as an African, I'm a mother. So they see me as that because I am a mother. Now, how do I sort of say, sorry, I'm not your mother in this case, I'm a professor, and you take me as such, we are doing work here. It was a real struggle. So thank you so much, because then what you've just brought up, including Prof. Mutseme, you've given me actually papers that I was just putting them down. Prof. Kuno, you've exposed me to other scholars. So I'll be able to have theoretical framing that can actually talk to what I was actually trying to put across as a female supervisor. Now, so thank you very much for that presentation. Then a short thing that happened in the corridors before COVID. This lady who is cleaning greeted one guy and said, "Achen tate." Yo, the guy went crazy. I'm not in tate, I'm a professor. And you see, so it's beautiful that you are bringing this up, because for some people, it matters that they are called professor. But for some of us, it really doesn't matter. It's about the work we do. Then it will, as you are saying, it talks to how a person has actually gone through the journey and whether they want to be, how does it make them feel when they are called a certain thing, and which one do they prioritize most. Yeah. Then my question to you is then, how do we harness these firsts, in the academic space, so that we normalize and multiply excellence while keeping this very same mafungwashes human and humble? I'm asking this question because sometimes they are abused because they are the first, but we also know that in some cases they tend to also abuse others because they hold glass ceiling. They are there and they don't want anybody else to come up. Thank you.
Spokazi, thank you very much for this insightful paper. Yeah, I really enjoyed the presentation. And as I said to you earlier, that I had a chuckle when I saw your title in the program, because I was curious that okay, I wonder what this is going to be about, and I think my thinking was also aligned with the experience that has just been shared by the colleague now, But then, listening to your presentation, it was interesting because then, you're raising other important questions, about, the African woman and the body of the African woman as, as a body of knowledge, because under a colonial society, right? It's a body that has been excluded from institutions of knowledge, right? And it's a body that has been dehumanized. It's a body that has been, what's the word I'm looking for? But sort of like it's a body that has been cast aside in terms of there's nothing that we can learn from that body, right? And hence there are these tensions in terms of when we are in these institutions, how do we want to be referred to? Because then the Western context, right? The way it thinks about motherhood, right? Motherhood is for, it's for those who are not working and, they are not important to society, And hence, I think, all of us, when we saw this title, we had, we had those, questions in my head, in our heads about, what the presentation is all about. But thank you so much. I enjoyed your paper.
So, sorry, I forgot to ask my question. I'm so sorry, going on and on and on, getting memorized. Okay. So my question was the issue of my body remembers, and this question of the issue of forming consciousness through the body and how you use that. How are you using that to create knowledge around this topic?
Thank you for that round of questions and comments. We hear that papers are going to be written, papers are going to come out of this. And if you are ready, Messi Pogazi, can I also acknowledge you and call you Gogo? Tokoza Gogo, the podium is yours.
Thanks so much, Doc. Thanks also for the questions. I'm going to sort of answer them merged together, but I'll try and flag where possible. I think the first thing I want to say is that I recently discovered, literally about a month ago, that I think my work in thinking about higher education and women is that I've decided that that's going to be healing work. There's a lot of beautiful work, of course, about dealing with the rage of being in the space, the contradictions Prof. Kunu is also raising, but I wanted specifically my work to lean towards the healing aspect of it. I think healing and rage are parallel and equal to each other, right? Is that for you to sit and theorize rage is that you have to acknowledge that you are making healing absent. And for you to then do healing work is that you have to sit and say you are making rage absent as well. And I think, so both of them hold much power together, but I'm choosing the other. And there are other people that are doing the necessary work when it comes to dealing with the rage. Then I want to say, secondly, is that in thinking about the home, is that the question, Prof. Tswaledi speaking about, under colonial understanding, is that these bodies don't belong here. You still don't belong here. And it's the question of African universities in Africa, or an African university. And part of what I was asking myself when I was starting to do my research is, so what kind of university are we going to become now? Because this is not normal. It's not normal that there are African women at the helm. So does that change? It hasn't changed much. That's the reality.
And I think maybe universities are either grappling or rejecting to choose to be African universities against the corporatist nature of universities. That's just the reality of it. UNISA is a fascinating study because it's an African Renaissance scene about institution. What does, you know, and so your African female black university dealing with that in what is seen or wants to be seen as an African university is quite an interesting case study that I'm thinking through, but I won't say anything about it because I don't go to people's homes and critique them. I then want to say, but linked to this, Prof. Kunu's question about the first and the contradiction of that, is that home is also a space of contestation when we think of home, and there's always a contestation of power. It's going to be that male child that doesn't want Umafungwashe to continue in their space, or even other children, or even the parents themselves. And I think it's about also knowing that that contestation is going to happen regardless of whether we think of it as a home or as an institution. The difference about thinking about institutions of higher learning as homes is that we know we all belong in it, even when we are in contestation with each other. So there's a different way in which we hold each other with integrity, with respect, and with humanity that we don't have in institutions of higher learning, you know. So with my participants, part of what one of them talks about is, I sit in, she says, oh, Spagazi, I sit in these employment committees and I must sit and argue merit. I'm like, she's been shortlisted, of course she has merit, like the others who've been shortlisted. By virtue of you being shortlisted means that you have merit to be here. And she says that those stereotypes still still persist, you know, even today. And so part of how I think they address that contradiction is to then say, I'm going to get as much of the stereotypes out of the space so that you just have a playing field, I suppose, when you are entering an interview and no one has to deal with these random stereotypes. It's also complicated because the university has these different facets. One moment it's research and it's about who gets research grants, and it's about what do you have to get research grants, who's supporting your research, what is your research in. The next it's employment, it's HR, then it's teaching and learning, etc. And it's engagement, it's what kind of engagements that are happening. I'm still thinking through that because it has all of those different components. And then about Prof. Motseme, I love your work, so thank you so much. Your question is a question I am asking myself as I'm thinking through your work. I think your work, of course, about thinking of memory as a site of theorization allows me to be able to pull these types of things out. I also think that, of course, the conversation around decolonization allows us to think of alternative institutions or alternative universities. Spirituality and spiritual institutions, Imbande, give us that particular reality. We already know by Imbande is an institution of knowledge in and of itself. Just differently. Particularly because Imbande is a Masangoma, let me explain that quickly. Imbande is an institution that, Imbande is an institution, and it's basically you as someone who has a gift or carries a gift, you go into a Imbande. But Imbandes are different because for you to train with someone, you have to be taken to train with someone. Some people go to an institution, but you have that option. With institutions of higher learning, of course, you just look at your APS points and you're like, I think I vibe with NMU, I'm going to study there. It's different for Imbande because you were taken there. And so your place is there waiting for you, you know? So belonging is a little bit different when the home is already waiting for you as opposed to a home that must first legitimize you through your APS and your quantile, and then put you in an extended program to decide if you learned enough to make it further into this particular program. And so for me, again, the question about to what extent are institutions of higher learning committed to being African universities and using some of those principles in how you operate an institution. And this is particularly because my participants also speak to this, is that institutional culture is about the texture, it's about the feel, it's about how you walk in the passage. It's not always the policy. That's an after effect. We can't do anything, the policy is not going to help us. It's about the language we use with each other, it's that texture. And I think that a lot of institutions miss that because they are policy orientated. And then lastly, maybe a bit of a controversial one, is the question of abuse of power, right? Maybe, sorry, let me first deal with yours, the lump in your throat. The lump in your throat, and how there are people who are, it's active erasure, where there, I think people actively can see that you are dog, know that you are dog, have a lump in, they've put it in their throats because they're having an existential crisis as well. That how dare you, right, be in this space, that lump in your throat. And I think we were talking about this earlier, I'm going to reference this chat we had earlier about excellence. Part of the abuse of power comes with how we've navigated excellence. Once you are exceptional and you sit with the pressure of excellence, is that you sit with the pressure of, now there are these people that are part of my excellence building. Do I take them or do I go alone? And what then do I compromise at the extent of it, right? But also, part of the community, that community is important because community grounds you. But community can also contest your power, etc., or you just don't want to belong to the community as well. What then happens when you break your glass ceiling is that you feel that you've broken the glass ceiling, right? That makes you excellent. And the toxicity of excellence is where people come in and they abuse their own power. In a home, of course, they'll call you to order, a serious family meeting to deal with you. And who do you think you are in relation to all of us? And so for me, it's really about, I'm interested in finding out in the next 10 years, when it's become incredibly normalized for institutions to have different bodies leading strategic imperatives of universities, how then we are going to be talking about what institutions of higher learning are. Yeah. It's also very awkward speaking about this to people who are at the helm of strategic imperatives at universities as well.
Wow, what a wealth of knowledge, what a wealth of wisdom. If there are any more questions and comments, can I see one? Okay. Seems like we'll only have you just introduce yourself, Mayor.
Okay, good day everyone. I'm Nobile Mnisi. Thank you for delivering such a nourishing paper. We need it in our society. So we do know that constitutionally there is a traditional forum that was set up in terms of section 211, 212. Now, I do not hear anyone challenging that forum. So, Professor, Gogo, Kehla, Letu, challenge that forum for us. We need women to hold seats in traditional forums. Their ancestors entrusted you with gifts that not anyone just carries. And the sad thing about, I think, if possible, actually, I wish the doctor was still around, with the issue of omafungashwe. It's very sensitive because in most cases, it's very lucky. Our omafungashwe, the first daughters who ever get married in any lineage are very lucky. Because historically, they do not get married. Bakhethwe yidlozi ukuthi izosebenzela umndeni. So if you are married and you're a first daughter, you are very lucky because they close off everything. And if your marriage lasts, you are very lucky because they close off everything. The moment then you say, okay, I give up and I let everything go, you wonder how you blossom into becoming yourself because you are being used from the time you are born. It's not you selecting. You are born selected. You don't have a choice. You cannot pray it away. And what I love about this conference is that everyone is free. Everyone has been able to be liberal and be themselves. Whoever you are from whichever space, we were able to just flow. You know, there was a flow in the room, you know, and everyone is able to answer. So in the I am so happy you are attending to it. And I know so many women who would love to have been a part of this platform because they're trying to find these answers, these cultural, these traditional answers, you know, that are hidden. And in most cases, they come through these firstborns. These firstborns who end up as professors and doctors, who end up in cabinets and are seen as unworthy because they in most cases, you become unmarried or you become a widow at a very early age, or you become a divorcee at a very early age. And it's deliberate. We have to be aware that it's deliberate because in the tradition, African tradition, they are warriors. When we go down and research in the 1500s, they are the warriors. They taught the male, that brought up the male warriors in society. Such is not discussed, but it's hidden in libraries. So I am asking and challenging and asking all my professors and doctors, please go into the traditional forum. And more so because now you don't only have a challenge of Ma or Prof, you also have a challenge of Prof and Thokoza Kehla, Noma Kokula. Because when we come to you, that is also respect. That is your profession. When I see you, now it's, okay, Prof. Thokoza Kehla. Then it's for you to then choose which one is it. Because at the end of the day, I have to acknowledge who you are traditionally. It is respecting you and who you walk with. Ngoba thina abantu abamnyama asihambi sodwa. Sineyinkosi esiyithwele. We were destabilized during colonization with regards to the royal. We're sitting with royal people here who their families were destabilized. Today you are wondering why you're a brave woman, you are outspoken, you are fearless. Can't you know in your lineage you're a princess? You're not supposed to bow to anyone. It's so hard because you come from an environment, in Africa, as they were relaying, she will teach you not to bow to anyone. You look down, yes, when you talk to your elders, but you don't bow to anyone. You are taught how to be strong, dominating. When you walk into a room, they must smell your scent. They must smell your lineage when it comes in with you. And then people will tell you, no, you're too much. Comrade, please, come down. You see, so thank you so much for delivering such a nourishing paper. We are expecting more. And I'm expecting these papers to be published. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Tau.
Okay. And Gogo Kehla, would you like to take that?
I actually don't think I must respond after that. I think we valid it. But I then just want to say, the thing about respect and how I think it's been interesting how look, scholars like Ramos have also spoken to this, and various scholars in how we think complexly about how Ubuntu is that this thing, or, earlier we was talking about it, respecting others as you respect yourself. But I think, importantly, respect is about showing the other person of your humanity as well. It's you honoring your own humanity more than it is about recognizing the other person. That happens because you honor your own humanity. Yeah. And then I think as a parting note is to say thank you to Prof. Kunubu, Auskugu, Osis Longwani there for the space and for
creating a humanizing space in the academy for us emerging academics. Thank you.
Thank you, Gogo. Thank you, Kehla. Because I know, yes, and yes, we will laugh, eh? Yeah, but I really mean it in this space, in an academic space. We have learned in this session that we need to teach our bodies. We need to know and acknowledge when our bodies remembers, when our bodies resonate with what is being explored, with what our bodies are faced with what our bodies are being challenged with. But with resonance as well and remembering also come contrasting issues as well. Because what are you feeding your body? Obviously, we are not feeding our bodies with some illicit drugs or some substance abuse. So there needs to be a distinction as to if we remember, if we resonate with something, how the center is within our bodies. So I really appreciate your presentation, Gogo, and she has declared that she is in this movement, she is in this terrain for the purposes of healing. So I think you have a lot of work ahead of you, and our nation, our local and global community needs healing. And as we have explored, folks, this theme of African methodologies, African epistemologies, I think we can go home and reflect on this as we reconvene tomorrow. We will adjourn at this moment, and yes, on that high note, thank you very much for the session.